Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to the big one. Episode 10 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath with seafaring settings, oceans, and continents. In the last episode, we finally finished making our steel armor, right at the very end of winter. Now it's spring everywhere, the snow is melting, the ice is receding, and we've been playing for 76 hours in this playthrough. And for all intents and purposes, we are ready to start our journey toward the the Resonance Archives. So we are going to get started on that right away. We're currently working on the boathouse. I'm probably going to start light and just build the boathouse real quick. It won't take long. We just have to go get some granite from the quarry and make some ashlar blocks. That hammer has enough durability for the task. I don't know that I want to use it though. That's kind of my base work hammer. Yeah, let's use the steel one. I have plenty of food. We got to get our fruit nutrition up before we go for sure to the Resonance Archives. They'll be ready to harvest soon. Oh, joy. I love coming here with the endless monster spawns and the big black pit that I've created. Anyway, we shouldn't need that many ashlar blocks in order to finish the construction of the windmill. We'll just sort of get started on gathering this stuff. Maybe 3 slabs might do it. So I'm going to start excavating the dimensions for the 3 slabs right now. Alright, well have a good night, De Facto. I appreciate you dropping by to say hello before you turned in. Hope you sleep well. All right, let's begin. I didn't complete the staircase, so I don't think they can actually get up here. All they can do is throw rocks at me from down below. Looks like I went too big on the dimensions there. Hopefully, these 3 slabs are going to give us enough ashlar blocks for the complete construction of our boathouse. I just kind of want to bang it out. It's pretty much the last thing at our homestead that we even have to build, right? And with it done, we can just use it in a set it and forget it sense. Let's eat. All right, let's go. I still have 7 lanterns. I could use them around the base, but I could also keep them for caving. Lanterns are pretty good for caving. It depends on how much light we still need at various parts of the base. We'll find out. Presumably just the path to the boathouse and the boathouse itself. And I gotta redo the beekeeping area. I might just make it bigger, give them more flowers so they produce faster. We'll see. For now, let's hammer out all of these slabs. We're just gonna hammer out 1 and leave the other 2 for after. We may end up with too many ashlar blocks. Yeah, let's just collect these. Retrieve the mortar. Okay, we got 2 stacks of ashlar blocks. That's a start. I don't know how far that's gonna get us, but we can make more mortar, right? We have the supplies we need, and we also have more granite in slab form that we can convert to these ashlar blocks, so. As far as how high up we're gonna go, I can't attach anything to that as a roof, but I could go over it, leave those, and then yeah, I don't know. I didn't plan ahead very much, but I like the look of that. And then if we can sort of build a roof into that, it'll look pretty good. We just got to go a little bit higher. Alright, so technically I could build the roof over it like this. The roof would be a little bit higher than the supports. I could also use the chiseling system to build the roof into this. Just sort of widen the top, right? Or create, you know what? Easier way. Use the chisel system, widen the roof. I'll build it on top of these, so it looks like these are holding up the roof. As far as what I build the roof out of, I'm not really sure. What would go well with this, huh? Maybe I should just do an ashlar roof. Do it all one block except for the wood log corners, right? And I'm gonna have to chisel a makeshift little wall right here. Fair enough. I can put that here for now. That fills in some of it. Yeah, it's coming along. All right, let's go grab the chisel and make additional ashlar blocks. I do think I'm just gonna do an ashlar roof or something. Hello, gamer fan. Right on, a 3-day weekend. What are you gonna be playing? Get some much needed R&R. We're gonna need additional mortar. We need sand and slaked lime. The sand, I don't even know if we have. I might need to go get some, but we know exactly where to get it. Now that I can't see this beach over here, it's open season. I can gather all the sand I want from it. We don't even use it as a firing pit location anymore. I'm thinking we go for 2 stacks of sand, and that should last us the rest of the game in mortar. I mean, really, we've built most everything already, so... Okay, there we go. Let's head back home with this and make additional mortar out of slaked lime. These are just about ready with the exception of this one. Let's wait for it to produce and then harvest them all at once. Alright, so, making mortar requires slaked lime in a barrel. Making slaked lime requires 4 quick lime to every liter of water, so we do 12 liters of water with 48 quick lime. And quick lime requires that I roast lime. Deposit the sand. Let's keep exactly how much we need. Only 48. Deposit the flax fibers. Make more rammed earth. Top up the stack. Yeah, how do we do that roof, huh? Let's grab the chisel and stuff. I'll be able to copy shape and materials after a bit. Just wondering what I should build the roof blocks out of. I mean, I could just go with a standard oak wood roof, but... what would look good over that? Something that I have in abundance. Really not that much. I could make a claystone, cobblestone roof, but I don't know, that'd be kind of weird. Should I try to do an oak roof, like just oak log roof? I don't know, because it would be inconsistent. There would be the bark on some sides, but also there would be the wood on top. 4:20 a.m. Well, have a good rest, and I will see you when you wake up, sister. Yeah, hopefully you get some quality R&R. Sorry, quality R&R during your time off. I could theoretically do an andesite cobblestone roof. Can't I? Apparently I can actually... Here, let's try this out. So I placed these like that, right? And then I turned them both into chiseling blocks. And then if I collect both of these, apparently I can combine them in the crafting grid, making like a super multi-material chiseled block. And then I can put it on the ground. And then apparently, I can actually... We don't want to flip the textures. We want to do draw mode. So yeah, let's see here. What about that painting tool? Isn't there like a painting tool? Yeah, there's a palette. You need quicklime, onions, and a board. Okay. I guess we'll try that. I'm making quicklime right now anyway, so we'll make that palette and we'll see if it's a tool that we'd like to start using. Anyway, I'm just gonna put some coal in there. We'll put in 10. It'll be more efficient and get the work done faster than the peat can, having a greater temperature. Okay. So let's grab that quicklime and some onions. And then we just need a board of wood. Okay, I now have the palette. Deposit the ashlar bricks for now. And let's see what this palette is all about. Oh, what? Well, that is interesting. It looks like it just lets you sort of put colors down. Interesting. So really, I could craft the roof out of any of these colors, but it looks like it changes the color of the entire block, not just chiseled sections, which would make it, you know, I can't really use that. Right-click to change a target voxel to that color, or shift right-click to add this color to the selected chiseled block. Oh, you can shift right-click to add it. Okay. Also works as a block source for paintbrushes and pantographs. So let's revert that back to normal. So if I shift right click, wait. It might be shift right click like vanilla, which means I'd have to crouch right click because I changed mine. Oh. It actually overwrote the previous texture. That's weird. Anyway, I am able to sort of insert these textures. Anyway, we're gonna need, what, 48 quicklime? Yeah, we need 48 of that, so let's just leave that burning for a while. Now, the Jonas palette is the one that you want, I think. I don't know. Jonas's paintbrush. No, that's not what I need. But turn that into a chisel block. Let's combine these so that they're both in the crafting grid. And then let's try doing like a single voxel overwrite. And then now I should be able to do the interior. So in effect, I'm making a log that has the barky texture on all sides. And then when I have this block, I can use the pantograph to copy and paste the barky texture onto other blocks, making a shitload of like oak wood bark blocks, you know? Okay, so we have a block that is completely bark covered. We managed to create that, and now with this block, this is my pilot block, so I would have to use the pantograph to copy and paste the shape and materials. So now if I have another... I don't necessarily need to use oak, I don't think, but if I paste... Oh, that's weird. Okay, so it kind of adds them one at a time. It does eventually work. It looks a little weird, but it works. Maybe I'll try to build our roof out of that. But I could see that really draining our oak wood. I don't need that many. I just need to be able to cover the archways. So we'll make a whole bunch and then we'll start using these for the roof. And it'll work well because the corner pillars are made out of oak wood, which means that the corner pillars will kind of blend into the roof. All right, how much quicklime has been prepared now? 1533. We still need a little more. But, let's go put more light down around the boathouse so that I could even potentially work on it at night. So now I have a whole bunch of these super blocks where it's just a shitload of oak wood. On every side, right? There's no side that doesn't have oak wood on it. Anyway, let's prepare a barrel for this. We'll just put it over here for now. As long as this slab is there, that's going to be a dark zone allowing for monster spawns. Let's just move it back. Oh, that's weird. That hasn't always been a spawn point. That's new. Yeah, I don't know why monsters are able to spawn there now. It's like the light level has changed. Very odd. But you know what? I'll just convert that to a chisel block. And then I don't think monsters can spawn on it. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. It could be this, actually. It could be like the antler mount disrupting the flow of the light, or it could be this fence. I don't know. It doesn't have to matter, though. We're not going to worry about it. All right, so we have the lanterns. I'm going to deposit the pallet. We didn't get very much use out of it, but that's okay. Deposit this large stone slab. We can make more ashlar blocks with it later if we need them. This is just going to be our pilot oak log. We're going to leave that here to make sure that I always have that shape and I can always use it. Let's temporarily deposit the wedge chisel. We'll keep the QP's tools. We will need those most likely. And I'm going to go harvest the honeycombs while also depositing these meat stews. We're not ready to travel to the Resonance Archive yet anyway. Okay. You can make a really cool chiseling tool if you combine a pantograph, a hand plane. Oh, isn't that the true chisel? I wonder what the hand wedge does. I frequently use the planer, and I use QP's chisel, and I use the pantograph, but I have no knowledge on what new tools might be made available to us if I was to craft the wedge, the hand wedge. Wait, I think I have a hand wedge. Maybe I could take a look at it. All right, I ate 5 honey. That bumped up our nutrition a lot. Yeah, this thing right here. Rotate block, mirror block, move block. So mirror block seems really useful. Maybe you could do half of a design and then flip it over to the other half, right? And you should be sleeping. But yeah, I think the true chisel, right? I don't know. Pantograph used to the multi-graph. That might be what you're talking about. Fusion of all 3. Oh wow. Adds at least 6 or 7 functions, really? adds at least 6 or 7 functions to the pantograph. That's interesting. You know what? We're gonna test that out later. Yeah, we're gonna test that out, because if it adds 6 or 7 brand new functions, that's actually pretty crazy. And that could revolutionize our chisel work. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for letting me know that that's a thing. Okay, it looks like I have exactly enough quicklime. So we don't need much water. I need 12 liters of water. Let's go grab a bowl for exact distribution of the amount. All right, 48 liters of slaked lime. Now I need to add 48 sand to that, and it becomes 384 mortar. Just like that. We have a shitload of lime here. Let's deposit it. Now I need to grab these oak planks. We need to continue adding to the light infrastructure here before it gets too bright to do it. Okay, grab that. You fool. All you had to do was coexist with me, goddammit. Temporal gear, though, that's a pretty rock-solid recompense for the grief. Alright, let's hang that up right there. We'll continue working on the light tomorrow night when it's darker and we can see more clearly. Let's grab QPs. Turn on the rotate function. And I don't really think we have to do any texture flipping on this. It all looks pretty copacetic the way it is. We have better lighting now leading to the boathouse. And now we can start working on the actual boathouse itself. So let's grab some of this, use it as scaffolding. All right, so now we need to start building the roof out of the wood that we made. We have 21 oak logs that we can use, and we're gonna want to add those oak logs. Oh my God, what was that? That's weird. It looks like I can't actually add these to the chisel menu. This is very strange. I'm not used to that happening. Drop blocks here to add a material, right? It won't let me. That's very strange. Very odd indeed. I literally just can't add it. Well, that's a buzzkill. Yeah, I was hoping I'd be able to utilize these. I can't combine QP's chisel with them or anything. So these are fundamentally like unusable blocks. What I would have to do is add oak planks to these and then copy and paste the design. These would have to be chiseled. I don't like this because we're engaging in a massive experiment with a lot of resources, but for the purpose of education, I kind of have to, right? So we're gonna lay all these out anywhere. We'll put them on the sand so we don't fuck up the beautiful aesthetics of the grass. We have to make sure they all have the same orientation. I don't want there to be as much texture flipping required. So all the vertical ones we're gonna remove, and we're gonna put them all beside each other so that they have horizontal sides. Okay, there we go. We have to convert all of these into chisel blocks. However, I do think I know another way to do this. We're just trying out different things. This is a wonderful opportunity, honestly, for me to learn QP's Chisel Tools. Just learn more of the mechanics. Right now, we have considerable wealth and abundance regarding our resources on hand. So there's never been a better time for me to experiment with the things where in the early and mid game, I'm not typically as willing to experiment with them because I don't have the throwaway materials required, right? This is a really wonderful opportunity for us to try everything that we normally can't try or won't try due to the cost of it. So I'm gonna combine these. Okay, so we now have these blocks. Oak logs that also have oak planks included. I think I'll actually do oak planks that have oak logs included. I think that's going to be easier. So let's get started here. Yeah, these are the chiseled blocks. So I would have to place that and then copy and paste the shape. At which point I can actually access these right here, the oak logs and stuff, right? So that's texture flipper. That's what we want. Now I should be able to, okay. It does look pretty weird. It looks really weird and inconsistent. Yeah, I don't think I'll manage to make the oak thing work. I was hoping I could, but... What if, instead of using that, I try to use this blue mortar that I was looking at? Looks a little weird next to the backdrop. Let's top up our fruit nutrition again. We have a beautiful home, though. Let's just take a moment to appreciate everything we've built so far. I'm okay with a little bit of building difficulties at this stage, right? Do I want the roof to go that high? Maybe not. So this is gonna hold up the roof. All we really need to do is add blocks. It can't be oak logs though. I can't do a log roof, unfortunately, but we can add blocks to the existing ones to build a roof on it. And I could certainly use oak logs as kind of like the triangular build type of thing. We're just gonna go ahead and delete all these oak planks. I'm okay, sweetie. I'll fast today until dinner. Thank you. All right, let's deposit the honeycombs. No, yeah, you can't add chiseled blocks to the palette. That would be really cool if you could, though. Oh yeah, de facto, yeah. One of the tools can do that. Yeah, you can flip it like vertically, right? Not just horizontally, like the vanilla allows. Yeah, it's a very useful feature. Maybe I should just do like an oak wood roof so that we don't spend too much time struggling with it, right? We have all these one roof dynamic blocks that I never used. We'll see what we can do. Because honestly, that would make it a lot... Oh, but right, I can't... because of that frame, I need to chisel it in. So, am I able to... I can't add these roof blocks to the QP's chisel, right? That's not a thing? No. Alright. Yeah, whatever we build the roof out of, it's gonna have to be something that we can add to the block menu. This is hard. I like having those beams, but the problem has now become that I can't just place blocks over the roof if I want the beams to be flush. I have to build the roof out of those beams, right? Like using the chisel work, I have to use those beams to do it. I wanted to use the wood, but I kind of can't. Maybe I need to think outside the box and perhaps use like tan bricks as the roof or something. Tan tiles, right? Like a ceramic tan tile roof. That would look all right. Tan ceramic shingle block. And then we could use those as chisel materials to build the roof. The VS roofing mod? Successor to One Roof. I'm using One Roof right now, so you're saying it's better, huh? All right, well, take care for now, buddy. Have a good sleep. And you know what? You sleep right now, and you sleep for like 7 hours. I'll probably still be live when you get back. Bet you dollars to donuts. How do we solve the roof problem? Wait, I'm getting an idea. I am getting an idea. Okay. No, because then it ends up looking weird on the sides, right? Yeah, shit, that won't work. What do you say, guys? Should I just do like a granite ashlar roof? Shit's hard. Shit's really hard. I could try to use the palette. Works as a block source for QPs, chisels, paintbrushes, and pantographs. So with this, I can select any block color. Maybe this could be the secret, the palette, right? I select any of these colors or textures and I build my roof out of this. And we just need to find one that looks good next to these other blocks. So let's use this as the pilot. Honestly, that looks good next to it. That color, it looks a little, like, I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it looks good. A black roof would also work well if we use this art blue mortar, or... Yeah, these are all supposed to be creative block types. Art faded blue mortar. Honestly, I think this red one would kind of work. But I don't know. I really wish that I could add like this specific wood grain texture to QP's chisel, but it wasn't working. I'll try one more time to get that working, but I don't think that I can. Like basically you turn both of these into chisel blocks, right? And then you collect them, you combine them in the crafting grid. And then it makes this chiseled multi-material block. But that doesn't... I want the block to have all four sides be the wood, right? That's the hard part. Although, one thing I could do is make sure the top and the sides are the wood. Maybe. Let's try that. So this is the orientation I want, because that way it's only going to be open on this side, right? So we're going to delete these two. And then this is what I want right here. That orientation is exactly what I want. So we're going to make 19 of these. And then I'm going to try to use these as inserted blocks. I can't texture flip these without texture flipping the yeah, these have to actually be made into chisel blocks. Because if I try to texture flip the roof block, then it's going to texture flip the whole thing and not just the wood part that I'm looking at. All right, now we collect these, and we use these as what we insert to the roof blocks. Maybe I have to just try to use the grain as it is in this rotation, and we'll get better results. So, let's get QPs, equip the hammer in the offhand. I'm gonna get rid of this block because it has way too many textures in it, and we're gonna start fresh with this one. So, copy shape, and then we flip the textures on it. All right, that's copacetic, all of it. Now we have to work with this and try to get the result required and desired. So, let's drop blocks here. Fuck, can I not drop a chiseled block into that? That's what it looks like. Yeah, I can't drop a chiseled block into that menu. I can put this there, but then it chooses the rotation for me and it's the wrong one. Maybe I need to like texture flip it, but I can't. I don't know, it's an unintuitive thing. I have tried using draw mode, yes. Yeah. But the problem with draw mode is that I can't actually add chiseled blocks to the draw mode menu, right? Like it doesn't let me, it just drops them. That's the issue. I don't know if it's something that'll fix if I log out and log back in, but draw mode only helps with vanilla blocks. You can't add a chiseled block to the draw mode menu, right? What I'm trying to do is make it so that all four sides of the wood are the grain texture, but I can't seem to pull that off. Yeah, no, that's not a log out, log in thing. It's just like a standard constant problem. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we're just gonna have to try some shit. Unfortunately, I can't use those chiseled blocks in here. It's kind of stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was just like a coding difficulty that the dev couldn't figure out. So like the best I can do is a roof that has this pattern on the sides, but it doesn't have it on the top. Which I'm not really okay with. We'll need to find a new block type. One that just universally looks good. And right now the smart money is on like tan bricks. So we're gonna grab up a whole bunch of red clay, and we can even use creative to see if we like it first, right? So let's grab tan bricks with the basic pattern on it. Tan bricks running bond. I think, is that the one that we want? I think it's the running bond. That's like the basic one, right? No, we want large tan bricks running bond, because that's what we'll end up producing. Let's fly up here and let's do like a small section of the roof with creative so that we can know whether or not this is gonna work for us. So, oh wait, no, not the bricks, the shingles. Yeah, we want the shingles. So let's open up this menu. Right here. Ceramic shingle block. Yeah, tan ceramic shingle block. And we can use other colors too. Let's get QPs out. Add this to the texture list. It does work. We just need to find a color that's gonna match the rest of this, right? So let's take a look at these shingle blocks, and we'll get an idea for which color we like the best. We're gonna remove this from here, and then I'm gonna go down here. We're just gonna break these, get them out of the way, and then let's grab a whole bunch of shingles, place them beside the house, and see what works well with this color coding, right? We're gonna need a place where we can see everything though. Maybe like right here, because then I can also compare, yeah, to the wooden beams right there. So this looks good against the oak log and the granite ashlar, but it kind of doesn't contrast well with the planks. And from the inside, we will be able to see that. So let's try a different one. You can click on the placed block to grab a texture while in draw mode. But the problem with draw mode is that you can't draw on a flat surface. So if I try to draw, if I have like even the 1x1 and I go to the very edge, it's gonna color the other side, right? So it wouldn't really work with the oak wood stuff, because it doesn't, you can't do like a paint roller where you just paint one side of a block. Instead, it forces you to do like a section of the whole brick. Orange ceramic shingle block. That does kind of work with everything. It's got decent contrast, so the orange, we'll make a mental note of the orange shingle. The red ceramic shingle, I have a feeling, is going to be too strong. Yeah, that's too much. Dark brown ceramic shingle. Could use darker, honestly. Let's check the gray. That does work, but not too well. Let's also check the black. The black shingles honestly don't look too bad. They have a wonderful amount of contrast. It's like proper, right? Let's place an orange beside it, because right now those are our two contenders for block selection. With, I think, the black shingles taking the lead. That's it. That's pretty much all of our options. So I think that the black one is the winner. Yeah, we'll just make black ceramic shingles. And we'll have to figure out how to make those. All right, fair enough. Let's exit creative mode. And delete this. As well as these oak logs. We'll just chalk it up to a failed experiment. Doesn't matter. We can afford the waste. There's plenty of wood in the world. We'll deposit the granite ashlar for now, as well as the dynamic roof blocks. Equip these, deposit the oak and the planks. Deposit these tools. And the bowl, as well as the pallet. All right, inventory is looking a lot cleaner now. That milk is spoiling. And for another 8 days, we still can't start making cheese, but it's coming. We'll get there. Let's deposit this hammer. So, black ceramic shingle block made from fired black ceramic shingles, which I need to fire in a pit kiln raw blue clay shingles, apparently. I could use the beehive kiln to do these. So we need blue clay. 2 or 3 doors will give me black shingles, and then I can use them to craft it. So it has to be, I don't think it can be in like a ground kiln. I think it has to be inside, I don't know. Fires into 1 fired black ceramic shingle. So I think you get dark brown stuff just normally from red clay, right? Does that mean you get black stuff normally from the blue clay? All right, well, we're just going to use our beehive thing so I know for sure that I'm getting the result we want. And it looks like we're going to need a bunch of blue clay in order to do it. We do have a place that we can gather blue clay, so we're going to head there now. Are both animals pregnant yet? Is pregnant. And is pregnant. Let's grab these. Holy shit. All right. So our blue clay vein is over here. A decent little trek, but we'll go over there and we'll gather a whole bunch of it. Yeah, the handbook kind of made it seem that I could just fire blue clay in like a pit instead of doing a full-fledged like beehive kiln thing. But I don't want to take the risk. Yeah, we'll use the beehive kiln. We have it. We're not gonna find a reason to use it other than this, so. We got a lot of use out of it though. We built our entire house with the damn thing, and I'm really glad that we found 2 blue clay sources so close to base, because without these, we wouldn't have been able to do our beautiful home, right? Blue clay is kind of hard to come by. We found exactly 2 veins of it in this area. This was all blue clay when we first came here. We used all of that. Okay, yeah, there's a massive vein of blue clay here. Let's get started. Our steel shovel is going to make very quick work of the gathering. All right. I don't know how many shingles we're gonna need, so we're gonna make a whole bunch, and then we can fire them all at once with the beehive kiln. You had a fire at work? That's fire, bro. Everybody okay? Yeah, how did it start? Is everyone okay? And do you guys know how the fire started? Yeah, you're all good? Right on. Some kind of power issue caused a power surge, then it melted our AC unit on the roof. Good God, you gotta get that checked out. I wonder if that has to do with like the town's power grid, or if that was a problem with like the transformer on the road, or if it like, you know, like, do you guys have an AI data center in town? Like, what's... Because that's fucking weird. What the hell caused that surge? And why hasn't it happened before? Well, hopefully they can find out what exactly caused the power surge and how to prevent it from happening again. My understanding is that sometimes, like, if lightning strikes the power cables near your house, it can actually cause shit like that. Was it raining? Was there any lightning? Like, let's eat. And let's heal up. We're missing a decent bit of health from a fall that we took. Yeah, you know what? That might actually be a town's energy grid problem rather than a problem with your business. Like your place of work. That might literally be the fault of the town and their power infrastructure. What you need to, well, I mean, what your employer needs to do, because I'd imagine your AC unit being fried, that's going to be very expensive to fix. So the business owner has to ask neighbors and other businesses in the area if they also had like the flickering lights and surges. And then if they did, then that means it's a grid problem, which means he could sue the city or whatever, or even the state to cover the damages. Jesus, do you guys think we have enough blue clay yet? We have 11 stacks, but I'm just gonna keep going. All right, let's get our lantern out. It's getting pretty dark around here. All right, plug that up. Gotta get rid of the water. Forming the shingles themselves will be a little bit of an annoying task, but it's gonna be worth it. I mean, I wanted to do something different with the roof and the building out there, right? We have tan floors and cobblestone walls for the windmill. We have cream bricks and oak roof blocks for the house. So I wanted to do something very, very different for the boathouse, right? So we're doing granite ashlar blocks with oak pillars holding up the roof, and the roof is going to be made out of black clay, like hardened black clay. Gotta get rid of these fucking water source blocks here. All right, I'm gonna delete the cattail and the rhizome. Take more blue clay, and we have the chest on our back, so I can actually use that to carry more. The stream is going pretty well, buddy. Pretty well. I think that my timeout is over. Yeah, my viewership is back to like an expected normal. I just have to avoid talking about things that are gonna get me shadow banned and timeout for a day. 4 hours, yeah. But, you know, it's up in the air whether or not it was like a YouTube, because what's really crazy is I went from getting 500 views a day to only getting like 120 yesterday, which highly irregular, right? So I don't know if it was like what I was saying or if it was actually just like a glitch, because there's equal money that we would put down on both instances, right? Like we really have no idea. Really hard to say. It very well could just be a system glitch that happened for one day, and maybe in a few days we'll hear that other creators went through it too, but for now, since it's up in the air that I could have been shadow banned for the things I was saying, I'm gonna avoid saying such things for a while. There is no such thing as freedom of speech. Well, you know what they say. Freedom of consequences, you know. I just gotta live with it. Yeah. God, now that I have steel tools, I really don't have to half-ass anything. If we need clay, then I'm getting like 50 stacks of fucking clay. I don't give a shit, right? Ugh. Yeah, we're gonna get a whole bunch. Really stockpile. And then we build the boathouse. And that's like our last big project done, other than maybe redoing the beekeeping area. Oh my god, the blue clay just keeps going. Dude, how far does this shit go? I think this vein is a lot more massive than I thought. It seems like it blends with the peat vein over here on the edges. Yeah, our inventory is almost full of blue clay. Completely full, even our chest on our back, so. All right, that'll do. the hell out of here. Yeah, we harvested a shitload of it, man. There's still more. So we'll leave the marker for later. Let's eat. But we definitely have enough to build that roof. Oh god, we have so much. Dude, I have excess. Yeah. I could theoretically build my fucking beehive greenhouse out of cream bricks if I wanted to at this stage. All right, home sweet home. Let's make sure we don't get attacked in our own home. Close all the doors. Deposit all the blue clay. I got 24 stacks of blue clay. I think I overdid it a little bit. Okay. All right, now let's get this chest off of our back. And we need to start making shingles. Pretty sure I have a hair in my mouse pad. I gotta get that out. Hang on. Or a hair in my mouse itself. I see it. I see the fucking thing. It's kind of like tucked down. All right. Hopefully it's out of there. It's fucking up my clay working. I'm probably just gonna take a Q-tip to my mouse shortly, because I don't think I got that hair out of there. I have no idea how many of these shingles I'm gonna need. No clue at all. Every shingle block requires 4 of these, and you get 2. So if each batch is 12, that means I'm gonna get 6 ceramic shingle blocks each. And that archway, honestly, I'm just gonna make a whole bunch. Like a fucking shitload. As far as I know, they stack up to, like, well, 48 for a pit kiln, but I'll be able to stack them all the way up to the ceiling if I want to. Inside the beehive kiln. Yeah, let's do our clay forming in here. And... so it becomes black when there's 2 or 3 doors open. There we go. Having the autocomplete function is so useful for this part where you're removing voxels from the middle. It's fucking carpal tunnel protection is what it is. I feel like autocomplete needs to be a vanilla feature, because it's too bad on your wrist to actually do a lot of these like micro movements for prolonged periods of time, you know? It's dangerous. I don't use that word lightly because I'm not like a pussy, but over a long period of time doing a shitload of clay forming, it could be a problem. Big problem. Yeah, for little parts like this where you just have to intricately remove voxels, being able to just hold right click is so helpful. Okay, let's lay these out. God, I could never fill this with roof tiles, dude. Holy. Okay, so if it takes 4... Basically, I cut that in half, and that's how many roof blocks I have. So if I have 180 shingles, then I'll be able to convert that into 90 shingle blocks. But I think I'm just gonna fill it all the way to the roof. We have to make sure that we have enough blocks 100% without fail or speculation. And I'm pretty sure if I just fill this all the way up, then we definitely will. Well, God, we're probably gonna have a vast surplus, but you know. I want to get the most out of each use of the beehive kiln. I'm probably gonna make a whole bunch of cream bricks too. Yeah, we have so much blue clay. I need to make the bricks. The bricks are easy, actually. I can just make those in the crafting grid, which is really, really nice. And honestly, there's no one saying I couldn't make, like, you know, cream-colored ceramics. Like, if I want to change my storage vessels to cream-colored ones. I'm so excited to go and do the Resonance Archives quest and get our mount. We have really fast sailing thanks to the mod I installed, and man, it feels really fun to go sailing now. Really, really fun. It's honestly a highlight of the playthrough, and that's what I was hoping for. Now that we have an oceanic world, when we have to do a quest, we sail most of the way. And we have a map, so I don't need to worry about getting lost, right? It feels better to do. I'm not constantly paranoid about getting lost, and I don't have to constantly micromanage with a bunch of pillars and waypoint markers. Okay, that's 264 shingles. Holy shit. Ugh, let's at least finish this stack. 4 blue clay. That means I can make 4 more helpings. And I'm gonna go take a look at the roof, try to get a feeling for the dimensions of the roof and see how many blocks I think I'll need. If we can at least have a rough estimate figured out, then, you know, we'll work within that estimate. You can make cream brick shingle blocks, which did I even try to put that down and see what it would look like? Because honestly, that could look fucking dope. Yeah, maybe we should go over there and see what it might look like with cream shingles. We have 3, oh yeah, we're gonna have 150 shingle blocks with that. Whatever we decide to use. Let's head down to the boathouse. /GMC shingle. So cream ceramic shingle block. And we're comparing it to the black one that we thought to make. It does work, but I feel like it doesn't look as good as the black shingle block does next to all of these textures, right? We have the granite ashlar, the oak log, and the oak planks. And I feel like next to all of those, the black one looks better. Yeah, it just, for some reason in my mind, it seems to balance it out better. So we'll stick with our original plan of doing the black shingles. It gives us one more color that our base has been built out of in totality. Anyway, I didn't get an estimate. Let's head back there and try to get one. So, how many blocks across is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 24, 36, 48, 60. $72, 84, 96, 108. But then that's only one row. And we have to do that for every single plane, right? No, not technically. Yeah, you know what? If I have 150 blocks, that should be more than enough. I'll go a little bit extra, just to make sure, right? We have so much blue clay, I may as well just fucking do it. Let's grab all 7 stacks out of that chest. I'll probably make sure I have at least 200 shingles ready. Close that door. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Now, one thing worth noting is that I'm not able to make cream bricks and these black shingles at the same time. I can only do like one color at a time, right? $60, now $72. $84. Let's eat. Okay, yeah, it's not even close to being stacked all the way to the roof, but we don't need to get all the way to the roof. I'm just gonna make sure that we have a minimum of 200 roof blocks to work with, which should be more than enough, which I think that makes this the last batch of shingles that we have to do. Yep. Okay, so all 3 doors are open. That should produce black bricks when it's done. Let's go grab a shitload of fuel. What can I do with red clay when all 3 doors are open? I could do 2 or 3. I can make some brown ceramic stuff. But I shouldn't craft it if I don't feel like I actually want it, right? I could remove the oak wood trim. You know what? Let's make some... We're gonna make some black bricks as well. Just to make sure that, you know, we have more options. Yeah, let's make a bunch of raw blue bricks. I think that'll do, and then we have some raw blue bricks in here that we can also process. And then we'll just keep this clay. Funnily enough, I don't think I'm actually going to be able to fit all of these bricks in here. We're likely to have like a surplus. Yeah, we do have a surplus, but that's fine. We'll have a shitload of black bricks that we can use, as well as black shingles. So all 3 hatches have to be open, and they are. Now, let's grab the peat that we need and set up the fuel. I might need to go get some more peat. Let's eat. Wait. Let's eat something we actually need nutrition for. So let's grab this and eat some meat stew. Yeah. As far as how much peat we have, I think I need more. Yeah, I need 32 more. So we're gonna have to go to one of our little peat zones and gather. Let's do it. I've marked plenty on the map. We're not gonna run out. I'm gonna sit right here, and we're gonna just break a shitload of it. This'll be fun. I can actually, yeah, if I hold left click and then I pause the game, I'm not even holding left click right now anymore. It's just mining for me. It's the same when you're using a quern and you want the quern's operation to be automatic. You can make it so that you don't actually have to hold left click to use the quern. It's really useful. All right. We pretty much already doubled our peat supply. But I'm gonna grab even more. We'll make sure that we do a really good job and gather a shitload, because we are about to use... God, how much? 32 per slot, 32 times 9. Whatever the fuck that is. Just under 300 peat. Oh, the power of foresight. I made sure that I didn't put any of these cattails on top of the peat. Yes. I was a Jedi. I saw into the future. A steel shovel, man, it carries you so hard. When you think about the amount of clay I've gathered with this thing, and then also the amount of peat now, I also gathered like 2 stacks of sand. A steel shovel is extraordinary. All right, I'll get one more stack and then we're good. All right, we're good. Let's go. Good rule of thumb for vintage story, don't half-ass any gathering. Never get just as much as you need. Try to gather like as much as you'll need for like 2 helpings of whatever the hell you're doing, right? Okay. Close that. I guess, well, let's light it. And this should end up making a shit. Oh. Is that door gonna burn away because of the fire? It actually might. If so, I would need to craft an iron door there, but we'll see. Ready to be fired. Okay, receiving heat. All 3 doors are open, so these should become black bricks and black shingles. Yeah, let's allow the temperature to increase on that. And hopefully this door doesn't burn down. You never know, maybe this tin bronze torch holder is serving as a barrier. I don't know if these doors can burn or not. They're wood, they certainly should be able to, but They're also from a mod, so. All right, we have a vast surplus of peat available. I'm actually thinking I want to have a wooden chest here for storage instead of having the ceramic one. So we're just gonna make a single wooden box. There we go. More than enough storage for everything. We have room for like a surplus now. Let's put this chest back on my, well, back. And this dark brown ceramic vessel, we're gonna do the same thing with this that we're doing with all the other ones. We're gonna put it on the boat, right? Extended storage on the boat could really come in handy. Yeah, we pretty much just keep on, every time we have a spare container, we just throw it on the boat. All right, now, while that is going, I'm gonna do a little bit of remaining chisel work that has to be done here. Although this will be the easy stuff. This is a very simple task that I'm doing here. So we're gonna grab the pantograph, QP's chisel, the hammer. And I don't have much food. That milk is spoiling. I'm gonna drink some of it now. All right, our dairy score is maxed out. I'm gonna make sure I have another bowl of meat stew on hand. 0.9 servings is close enough. Let's store this with the rest of the vessels. And on top of that, we'll take 3 honeycombs. And then we won't take any other pie. Yeah, let's grab our ashlar blocks here. I'll use these bricks with the mortar that we just crafted. All right, let's go. So what I have to do now is I have to make this look like more of a natural wall. I might want the hand planer as well. Yeah, we're gonna go grab the hand planer and I'll start from the outside and work my way in. Easier that way. Gonna want a little bit of, yeah, something to stand on here so I can see what I'm doing. All right, so pretty much all I have to do is take QP's chisel, add the ashlar blocks to it on the menu, and then extend this out as ashlar blocks, right? Creating like a wall. And then after I finish doing one block, I can copy it to all the rest. So just like that. And then all I have to do is grab the pantograph, copy this, paste the shape and materials. Easy. I have to fix the water sources here. There we go. And then we just use the hand planer on this. Okay. Now we can do a simple copy and paste on all these instead of using the hand planer. Yeah, it's, you know, it's flush. It's flush now, which is what we want. And we'll try to do some nicely chiseled ornamentation on here, but we have to factor in the sail. It has to be realistic. Like I might even remove a couple of those only because I want this to be able to get through without clipping happening, right? I would need to remove one of those blocks. Technically it clips either way, like it'll go through, but we do want it to have some semblance of realism attached to it, right? So we'll just get rid of these topmost blocks there. And then we got to do this part now. Easy peasy, pretty quick task. I did leave the door closed on the beehive kiln, right? I'm pretty sure I did. Easy enough to check. Yeah, it's closed. Okay. Done. So we dealt with the interior walls not quite being consistent. Now we're gonna do what we can as far as building this entranceway. Yeah, so that's always gonna clip at least a little bit. Maybe I can just chisel off a little bit off of those to give it a better look. Yeah, it does clip through a little. So let's actually leave the boat with the clipping happening if we can. And then that gives me an indication of how much must be removed. Okay, so we have the beginning of a little design there, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go up that way also when we close it in. I just got to figure out how I'm doing all that. The real question is, do I want to have more pillars right here? Like, do I want to have another pillar such as this over here? Because technically we could fit one. It would be a very simple copy and paste task to do it. Let's eat these honeycombs and get my fruit nutrition restored. Eat a little bit of meat. Okay. And let's grab a bunch of oak planks. I don't know if 35 is going to be enough, but if it's not, we'll get more. We're just killing time right now anyway, until that beehive kiln operation is done. Oh, that's a slab. Right, we use slabs and then we use planks for the top. "43 vertical alignment slabs ready for use." Okay. That's copacetic. All right. Now we simply copy and paste everything. This one's flush, and I'd kind of like this one to be too. How do we keep the equal spacing and make sure that's flush? There's a gap over here. We could fill that in with stone. Or I could fill it in with wood. It would be a little bit noticeable. But let's just see. So I have two options. I can either extend the wood back towards this wall, or I can expand the bricks toward the wood. If I expand the bricks toward the wood, we have the benefit of all these pillars having the same dimensions. If I expand the wood toward the wall, then we won't have a portion of the wall sort of jutting out. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and extend the wall over to the pillar. But either way, we need to have this open. So let's put a lantern down so I can see what I'm doing. Grab QP's chisel and load up a block into this interface here. And then all we have to do is copy shape and materials to all of these. Close up that gap. Okay. Then we can place these back. Yeah, it looks okay. It's almost imperceptible and can't be noticed. Almost. Yeah. It's the one discrepancy with the place. It's livable. Alternatively, I could just try to build the wall here. Then I could make the door flush with it right there. But I don't know how that will affect the roof aesthetics over the long term. We have options, which we will explore later. For now, we're gonna get it to a functional state. All right. Okay. Now we have to go up there to the roof. Make sure we have light. Okay, now we just have to alter the wood grain. All right, there we go. We've extended it. We have 6 of these. They'll make the inside look really, really nice. And the rest of this, we can't really work on right now. We're gonna need those roof blocks, so that gives us some time to ourselves. We're gonna leave the scaffolding here. No sense in taking it apart if we're likely to require it again soon. And let's consider working on a little bit of the lighting at this point. Right? Always need more, so let's lay that out. I'm gonna close this gap a little bit. Let's eat. Pantograph. Paste shape only. Rotate. And texture flip. One, two, three, four, 5 gaps. Which means I can easily put lanterns right here to brightly illuminate the space. There. We have a well-lit boathouse. It's all, well, nearly getting put together. We're working on it. I might extend this wall to make it look flush. Yeah, we can make this wall look thicker, right? Just bring that out with the planing tool. Make it look more like that one. And... do I want that to be a full block? All the way through? I'd kind of like to dig this out a little bit. Wow, I'm actually like stuck here. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. I just sort of... I'm trying to grab these, but I keep on getting stuck on shit. Alright, let's get our air back. Yeah, fucking strange. Alright, fuck the dirt blocks that are down there, we'll just leave them behind. They're more trouble than they're worth, honestly. Alright. Let's eat. And let's park the boat in here. Hell yeah. I mean, that's nice. You know, it's really nice. Now, this is supposed to fire for 10 hours. I'm pretty sure it said 33 hours when it started. I can just check the blocks, though. Clinker brick. What the fuck is a clinker brick? That's... A clinker is what you call a fart that comes out wet. But it looks like this is done, so I'm gonna grab the fuel. Let's deposit and grab that stuff. Oh, Jesus, we're maxed out on peat. Okay, I'll have to just stack this on the floor until I use it. I don't expect to require the quern at any point, but we'll have to uncover it if we do want to. Baby, your alarm's going off. Okay, let's grab the tongs. I don't know what the fuck a clinker brick is, but we have a bunch of them. Fired black ceramic shingles. It takes a long time to collect these. Hello, Brian. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. It's good to see you. How are you today? Let's craft a bunch of black ceramic shingles right now. It saves us the trouble of having to cool those off. Okay. Now let's collect all these bricks. Why are they clinker bricks? Why didn't I get black bricks? That's really weird. Oh, wow, that's weird. So there's such a thing as clinker bricks. But the problem, like, okay, when I'm doing shingles, I have two options, black or black, when I have 2 and 3 doors open, right? Like, there is no, like, it doesn't change. But I thought the same would be true for these bricks, so I ended up with clinker bricks instead of black bricks. Do I want to use them? Hang on. I mean, it looks nice. It kind of has that dark oaky look to it, but I don't think so. No, I want to make the black bricks. Although, you know what? Maybe we'll end up liking it. I don't know. It kind of has like a brownish, darkish hue to it, so it might actually kind of match, but all right, we're gonna delete these in exchange for black bricks, because how was I supposed to know that the results would be inconsistent between shingles and bricks, right? It's not really my fault, so I don't really have to live with the consequences. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. I need 8.5 stacks of the appropriately colored bricks. Yeah, black brick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. All right, GMS. Okay, we now have 8.5 stacks of what we were originally supposed to get. Now we're going to make the blocks out of those. A whole bunch. Yeah, so now we can try to do something with those bricks, you know? Hell, maybe I'll even build the boathouse out of those, right? I doubt it, though. We'll hang on to them for now. I might use these for the beehive kiln, in fact. Like, well, for the bees down there. Try to do something with those, right? Anyway, now that we have these roof blocks, let's get started on the chiseling stuff. Nasty, Brian, nasty. I'll lick the screen if I want to. This is America. I'm gonna lick my screen. Well, I'm not in America, but all right. So, let's attach these. I will now be able to add these to the block at will and create like a shingled design. Let's eat. And I think I'm just gonna go through and add this block to all of them. Can I? Wait. Oh, that probably only works for draw mode. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to all of these and add the black ceramic shingle block to them. Only then can we actually start building the roof. However, I can copy the shape and the materials, which will really help out. I actually have to keep that there. Easy enough. 4x4x4. We gotta rejuvenate that. Hang on. Get rid of those. Okay. Yeah, we put actual blocks above that, pretty much. Now let's add this. Go down here, add the same thing. Yeah, the pantograph is really great for saving you effort. There were a lot of playthroughs, like particularly Attempt 16, when I built my first actual house and windmill. I remember I had so much work to do chiseling that house, and it was really annoying, but I didn't know how to use the pantograph at the time. Once I learned how to use it, it saved me a lot of effort, a lot of time and energy. All right. Okay, yeah, that roof is gonna look pretty good when I get it all wrapped up. Now we need a block right here. I can go bigger on these deletions right here. Yeah, we'll adjust the height of the building to match the roof. I can shave a little bit off the top here. We'll chisel that out later. Son of a bitch. Yeah, make that look thicker. And we can leave it like that. We'll build a gable on the top, and we're just gonna extend this roof out like this. Put that there, and then turn it into a chisel block. I can definitely remove these and the top right there. I gotta get back up there for a second. Get a close look. All right. Yeah, whenever you see lighting glitches, you can actually, like, see this, how it looks darker? I can fix that by rotating the block and then putting it back. That will help you to fix all of the lighting glitches that happen when you're doing QP's chisel work. I even had to use it to fix my fireplace in the house. Let's eat. Yeah, because my fireplace had a lot of unnecessary darkness in it, just like we're seeing here. And all you have to do is rotate these to fix it. That's it. It's funny, it's like a permanent fix too. The brightness issues never come back after you rotate them. It's amazing. I just wish that the fucking mod itself was bug fixed to not have that happen, but in lieu of that, this works. A mod this useful has to have at least one mega flaw, right? Alright, now, let's get up there for a second. It's gonna be a lot of copy and paste work, soon. Oh shit. That's not what I meant by mirror shape. Alright, we'll just copy that, paste it. How do I undo the mirroring, though? What in the fuck? Okay, we're just gonna abort that block entirely. But that does mean I'm gonna need more planks now. I'll also grab some of these support beams. We might be able to use those for the house in some meaningful way. Okay. Put that down. Copy. Paste. All right. Now, we need to add shingles to this. Son of a bitch. So it just occurred to me, I don't want to have these right there. No, because I want there to be definition. I want the roof to be above these structural supports, not leveled with it. So we have to get rid of these. Something like that. Okay. Which means that I'm probably gonna, yeah, I want the stair steps to be up here. In order to make the roof seem fuller. That's what we have to do. Yeah, they gotta be on top, not on the bottom. Okay, filled that in. Once we've done it properly in one place, we can copy and paste it to all the others. And that's going to be so quick and so easy. We're going to love it. We're going to love being able to do it that fast. But for now, we're going to have to grind with this. It's got to take a little while. Got to take a hot minute in order to get the right designs and get the ball rolling. But that's the fun of chiseling. You can spend hours making your base look beautiful, but you have to be willing to spend hours doing it. It's not an instant gratification mechanic. It requires hard work and consistency. Alright, so that's extended outward as far as it can go. I'm gonna eat the rest of this meat stew. Now we have to do the same modification over here too. There we go. Okay, that's clean and flush, and then we have to add all this. All right. I think it's almost ready to start copy and pasting. I think so. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so let's begin. Paste shape and materials. And as you can see, it's slowly starting to take the form that we need it to take. Okay, it looks like I have to keep that height level. So we'll place all those blocks back. Okay. Now we gotta chisel that ourselves. might actually want to leave that there. Let me take a look at how I did it on the other side. Yeah, it's kind of more solid down there, but we'll be covering that up soon. Soon enough. So now... I won't be able to copy shape and rotation on these ones that I'm placing right now. I'll have to actually do these on my own because they don't have the structural support beams in them like the other ones do. And then I may need to add some ashlar blocks to this. I'm getting hungry again, except this time I don't have any food to bail me out, so... Let's go. Yeah, we'll keep working on that. Are the makers of this game paying me net yet? No. No, not yet. Soon. God knows I've helped them sell enough copies. Alright, 2 of those. And let's cut up some pie. And now that we have some food, we'll go back and keep working on the boathouse here. I don't know if we're gonna be keeping these wooden parts here. We'll see. I might actually put some of the black bricks that we made over there. We will certainly see. Anyway, let's start chiseling this so that it matches. Alright. Honestly, I can copy and paste those too. Like if I just copy and paste the shape. Yeah, so we only really had to do one of those and then we could copy and paste. Now I need more ashlar blocks. We're gonna have to blend the roof with the ashlar blocks, which is pretty easy to do. It's not that hard. Let's grab up these ashlar blocks. We have 2 stacks of them, more than enough. We got plenty of food to tide us over for the construction work here. Oh, I gotta... Fuck, I'm gonna need new scaffolding here. Okay. Sure would be a lot easier to build this right in creative, but I feel like it's only fair that I really work on this. There was some things that I used creative fly mode to help with when we were setting up like these, but the roof is kind of, you know, I'll just try to set up intelligent scaffolding to streamline the effort. Yeah, we'll create some blending in those. There's a lot we can do to make that look better. Let's hop down here and then go like that. I'm actually going to want to fill that in with ashlar, I believe. Same with the top part of this block. All right. And then we're going to have an overhang going over there. Yeah, something like that, right? I don't know. We'll try to figure out the blending of the wood here. We will try to figure it out. I'm historically on this channel, I'm known to not be very good at building. Now, over time, I've been improving, for sure. There's been 100% improvement. We've seen it ourselves, but it's still an ongoing thing where I'm trying to learn how to do it well, right? Maybe, I don't know. We'll work on that later when we actually know what the roof is supposed to look like. What the hell? Why can't I put that there? Oh, wait. It's because it was already a shingle block. Okay. Yeah, move that there. We can replace this with the ashlar. And then this has to be shingle. Same with that. Fix that. That's got to be shingle. Yeah, so you can see we're creating sort of a gradient. We're blending the blocks all the way down. And I think these can be changed to wood. Maybe that's why it looked so weird. Yeah, I don't really know how to blend this right. So we're gonna have to worry about that later. For now, we're just gonna leave the majority of it as the wood that it currently is. The majority. All right, now, do I want to extend this further? At this point, it's really easy to add more definition to this, but for the moment, we have to expand that outward. It actually is gonna have to overhang. So, we can do a copy, shape, and materials on these. So we're gonna place a whole bunch of, that's oak log, black ceramic shingle brick. All right, let's place a whole bunch of black ceramic shingles there. And then we'll do a copy, shape, and materials on it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stupid scaffolding. All right. Okay, now let's go up here. Paste shape and materials. Except here, we might not actually need to paste the materials. Not enough materials to paste. Oh, okay. So, looking at that now, I just need to chisel out a bunch of the undercarriage. We didn't actually need to paste the stone, but we have plenty of ashlar anyway. Let's do a little bit of chisel work here. And we're gonna have to extend this. All right. Yeah, well, honestly, it's just a little too hard. It's not hard, okay? It's not difficult. I'm not struggling to do it. It's just really annoying to do without creative because you're constantly having to go up and down your scaffolding over and over again, right? So I'm just gonna come down here and I'm gonna expedite this a little bit. Because at this point, I've already spent the blocks, right? Like, I've spent the blocks. So at this point, all I'm really doing is saving myself time. It all comes down to the time now. But resources-wise, we're just gonna consume the same amount. All right, so that overhang looks nice. And then I'll actually be able to do a wood overlay right there, I think. Yeah, we could do that. Do like a nice wood trim all the way around it. But for that, we're gonna need to use scaffolding and not be in creative because it's gonna cost a lot of materials and it'd be cheating if, you know. All right, so that overhang will do. And then we just keep that filled in, I guess, or we remove those parts so I don't need to. Yeah, that will do. That's what the whole roof is gonna look like, is what this looks like right here, just about. Yeah, that will do just fine. And then we're just gonna have to blend this with ashlar and shit. All right, so let's get out of creative. I don't have any more oak wood on me, so we can't do the wood trim yet, but I can keep on working on this stuff. Annoying as it may be. Let's try to do as much as we can, as fast as we can, on the stuff that's easiest to do. So like this stuff right here. Let's eat. Yeah, I want to have a sign of progress, right? Like, so far, we've been doing a lot of chisel work that's been very grindy, very tedious, very slow moving. I want to get, like, I want to do the big stuff real quick. I'm gonna need to copy and paste from there in order to do these. Oh, hang on. Paste shape only. Yeah, because these do not have the attached, the support beams, right? The joists, whatever the fuck they're called. I don't know, I'm not a construction guy. I'm more of a Cheeto dust masturbation video games kind of guy. Productivity is not my thing. All right, we're gonna want to recolor these tops to this texture, the shingle texture, right? Okay. Now, do I need to add anything to those? Are they, like, full? No. We're gonna have to fill that in. And I'm gonna use creative to do it, because the scaffolding logistics of that would be a nightmare. Okay. Now, I need to copy and paste whatever we can, this stuff. Yeah, we're looking for the undersides at this point, I think. Yeah. Oh, nice, and I can actually just go up the line. So this is our first actual mark of real progress right here. And then I can paste right there and rotate it. And then continue to do the same thing. Yeah, so it's finally starting to come together, and you guys can see that it's like the wood is built into the shingles of the roof. And it looks really nice. Honestly, it does. We're doing a very good job, considering how bad I suck at building. Maybe on a long enough timeline, the narrative that I suck at building will become less and less true. That's actually like a roof segment right there. Oh yeah, but that's, I just have to place other blocks above it. Like that. And then we're gonna use the hand planer for most of this. I have to delete 2 blocks because I placed them and didn't actually use them up. Because I was in creative, so we'll place those. And then use the hand planer, shave these down. So like that, right? And then we'll have a central gable on the roof. Yeah, that'll work. Now I can actually copy and paste these, but I have to rotate them. And then I need to find the right block and copy and paste the shapes underneath. Let's see here. I could actually just cover that up with these. So let's go to our scaffolding here, grab our rammed earth for additional scaffolding requirements, and then we need to just place a bunch. Think that'll do? I don't really know yet, but here. All right. There's a portal right by here, so they might be forcing me out of the work for now. I might not be able to do much about it. All right, so that's proper. And then, oh, come on. Paste the same right there and rotate it, I think. And then we actually have to paste that down the line. That one we don't. Let's eat. Yeah, I need to extend the scaffolding out this way so that I can actually target the blocks on top as well. That's what we need. And then I'm going to paste that onto all the relevant blocks, which is these ones. And then we're going to rotate them, right? We'll do it in batches. If we can learn how to do this in batches, then it gets a lot easier. So I need the underside block. I need to find out which of these is the underside. I think that one. Yeah, okay. So as you can see, it's really beginning to take shape. We can micro chisel this and put ashlar blocks into it. So let's add the ashlar. All right, so it's really beginning to take shape. We just got to keep on working on it. So it goes all the way up. Hang on. I kind of like that blending, but at the same time, I could just have the oak log going all the way up, right? Like, technically. But I'll need another oak log to fill in that gap. Wait, do I still need to, like... Okay. We need to copy, paste, and then rotate certain blocks. This is hard as fuck. Okay, so let's look at where those are. I need to grab blocks from the other side. So 1, 2, 3. On the 4th. Copy. Paste shape and materials. Right? And then rotate it. Yeah. Okay. Paste. Rotate it. Paste. Rotate. Those are ceramic shingle blocks, so I need to place a couple right here. Right? Okay, close that up. And then I have to put that back. Alter these textures. Yeah, we can just cover that up. We can leave that as it is. The gables are very, very easy to do. The gay balls, for all you 5th graders out there, want something to laugh at. Anne of Green gay balls. Bitches love that movie. Alright. Almost done, except that looks a little funky. Hang on. This is the problem right here. There's a disruption in the gradient. And on the underside as well, we're gonna have to do some micro chiseling work. Let's eat. And I'll just use the hand planer for this, I think. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, hang on. I'm not going to use the hand planer. It's way too unwieldy. Like, it's the hardest tool to use. And it's the most likely to fuck things up. Alright, now we are going to simply copy and paste these results. No, we're not. Alright. Yeah, it's really easy to get confused while you're doing chisel work and kind of play yourself, fuck yourself over, you know? So it's usually best to just take the path of least resistance, even if it takes more time, so that you avoid confusing yourself. Like, this is starting to really look nice, you know? All right. Gonna need to go into creative to access this area. All right, there we go. The outer roof is done. The outer roof ledge, more or less. I still have to just do this, blend it with that, but it's coming along in a very nice way. I'm gonna need to get some wood to fill in there. Now, there's only a 2-block lip going over the ledge. Maybe I actually don't go this far out. I remove all of that. Yeah, and we stop it with just the 2-block lip so there doesn't have to be a gap. That's exactly it. All right, so now I can just copy that, paste, and then exit creative, enter micro chisel mode on this block. Add that. God, this is hard. This is really hard. I mean, it's coming along though. And thank God it is. And the more of this stuff that we do, the closer we get to the eventual point where I can just copy and paste the rest of the entire roof. But we need to have a few completed rows, and the rows are different. Like this row is very different from that one because of the existence of this built-in like the built-in joists, right? And then there's the overhang, like that's different too. So there's kind of 3 archetypes that we have to build before we can start to copy and paste them into their appropriate positions. But I think that's ready. This one, we can now copy and paste all the way down. And then we can do the same thing on the other side and rotate it. Paste shape only. Shit. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's fairly standard. We know how to fix that. But I am gonna need new scaffolding now that that roof section is there. So... this, we can actually copy and paste from here, I believe. Right? If we do paste shape and materials. Okay, let's go look at the inside, because that's going to be where the mistakes are visible if there are any. Yeah, it looks fine in there. All right. Hey, Zuzi. Look at this. It's really hard. Really hard.
Along nicely.
It is, it is. I like the color matching. Yeah, I'm gonna try to have the oak wood, kind of like a trim of oak wood in between the shingles and the bricks, kind of going up that way. Right?
Suggestion for you, just looking at that.
What?
What were you planning to do for me?
Just a swing open double door.
That's their need to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's your idea?
Well, my idea would be to copy the shape of the beams that you've got. That small windows.
I could put the beams around the door.
The doorway, make the shape of it.
Yeah, I could put beams around the door. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, you did. I get all that chicken to myself. Yeah, buddy, yeah. I've wanted chicken for a few nights now. This is gonna be good. Right on. Okay. I don't need the oak log. You know what? I'll just... Here, let's, chisel this out. Replace it with this. And then I'll place these first, so it's done. So that's actually here. I need to copy shape and materials, paste. Yeah, that's what we need right there. So that's gonna be done the whole way through at this point. And then I just place the rest. Now this part, I think I can just copy and paste, which will be really, really nice. Oh, I have to do the joists first. Okay, so we're gonna copy that. Yeah, I have to go along the entire row here. So I'm gonna build some scaffolding real quick. 3 blocks high. And several blocks across. That's gonna allow me to reach pretty much everything. And then I am going to start from the bottom and work my way up. But we have to do paste, shape, and materials on all of it. Son of a bitch, I fucking hate scaffolding. Too easy to fall off, too narrow, right? I have to... Oh my god, I don't have enough dirt. One thing after another. Chiseling is fun, but it's also a major headache. Like, it's super stressful. Oh my god, this is so hard. Okay. We need to fix that. There. Maybe it's easy. Yeah, if I just go like this, then it... No, I still fucked up. How did I fuck up? Okay. Let's undo that. I can't undo it, because apparently I applied it twice. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, chiseling is fun, but it is the most stressful thing you could do in this game. It really is. It's really hard to keep track of the changes that you're actually making, you know? There, that's the problem, is that I have to actually... You know what? I'm gonna go to the top, and I'm gonna do those first. Those are the blocks that are making it hard, is because there's certain blocks that I had simply placed on top, and those have to be done first. I think it's these. Okay, so... No, these are all turning out wrong. See, it's getting harder and harder now for me to orient what I've done. Four running tan? I don't have 4 running tan in there, do I? I guess I must have added a tan block to that at some point. Okay, we'll have to do this one manually then. I don't know. I'd like to copy and paste it. Let's try grabbing from over... here? There we go. Except, you know, that has... Oh my god, this is so annoying. You know what? I'm just gonna give myself the tan block. Yeah, this isn't worth the headache. Where is it? We need the large tan bricks running bond. I'm pretty sure that's the one. So let's okay. There we go. However, that problem actually, now that I think about it, that problem is just gonna persist the whole way down, but it's only for that row. So I'm just gonna give myself a bunch of large tan bricks. That was from when we were experimenting with different colors to see what we would like the roof to be. So it's like a lingering problem that, you know, I could not have seen that coming. So let's place, we'll just do this. I don't have creative mode active, we're in survival mode. Missing clay shingle block tan. Clay shingle block tan? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Hang on. Yeah, it's this problem. It's not... None of these materials are, like, I'm not trying to paste that material. That's the annoying part. Alright, I guess I'm giving myself the clay shingles as well. There we go. Fucking retarded. It should only copy and paste the blocks that are actually used to make it. Anyway, as you guys can see, now we're actually getting big chunks of it done in a short time frame, right? This is what we've been working towards, is the ability to just do this. I don't think we're gonna need these tan blocks anymore. It was only that one row because I had like inserted it to test out what it would look like. Yeah, now we can just do this the whole fucking way through. So I'm gonna stand here in the hopes that I can reach all of it. Undo that. Yeah, see, now we're just moving down the fucking line. All right. I'm all out of those blocks. Hang on. Ugh, we gotta go and get more blocks. Hello, Chris. Welcome home, buddy. Welcome home. Everyone is fantastic. We're working on the boathouse right now, and it's coming together. It is coming together. It's been very hard to build it, though. Extremely difficult chisel work happening here, but we're banging it out. Yeah, how are you doing? Let's grab some oak logs. And we need more of those black shingle blocks. Yeah. Wait. I had way more black shingle blocks, didn't I? What happened to them? No way are we all out. There's no way, dude. No way. Those are the large black brick blocks. That's crazy. You know what? It must be because of the chiseling that I was doing that we ran out. Like it was consuming blocks. Cause this is like, I don't know. I guess we'll have to make more and finish it later, but that seems kind of sus to me. There's no way I used up that many blocks. There's no fucking way. We had like 200, didn't we? And this does not look like 200 blocks. But every time I partially chiseled a block, we ended up using more and more, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's marginally sus, but I have to live with it, right? Like, what am I gonna do? So let's try to do this chiseling now. It's at least the one part of the roof that I can presently work on. Yeah, we ended up just burning through, like, we had 2 full stacks of those black ceramic shingles, I think, and they're all gone. Like, I probably, because I was making mistakes during the chiseling process and accidentally consuming like way too many. But hell if I know, right? Like, I have no idea. The problem with the chiseling mechanic is it's just overcomplicated, you know? And that's not to say it's a bad mechanic, it's just that it requires more intelligence than the other ones, and I'm kind of a normie. So, you know, it stresses me out. So what if I copy and paste shape and materials? Will I like mirror it? Hang on. I don't know. I'm just gonna, honestly, I'm just sick and tired of trying to do like special tricks and ending up wasting a whole bunch of stuff, so. The only shitty part is that I ended up spending a shitload. Like, I made those black bricks, right? Because I kind of wanted to experiment with the black bricks. I knew I had made enough roof blocks to do the roof, but I clearly fucked up with like the expenditure of the blocks and to a significant enough degree where I'm honestly thinking, dude, I might actually delete the bricks that I made and just swap them out with the amount of shingles that I could have crafted from the same amount of materials. Because, like, dude, the amount of waste I engaged in, you know? The chiseling mechanic, like, you blink and you realize, holy shit, I just used like 200 blocks and I've only done 50 of the ones that I had to do. You know, it's weird. It's really fucking weird. All right, so I tried to add like a little wooden trim to this. It does look kind of weird though. I just wanted to experiment with it though. I mean, we could leave it. It looks fine. It does add an accent to the house. It's just a weird fucking accent. Let me get these out of the way. I can sort of hide the seams, you know, kind of adding like a little trim like that hides the jagged edges, pretty much like for the most part hides them, you know, like to a good extent. Right, just sort of add something like that, and then maybe a beam going across. Fucking scaffolding, I hate it. I hate it. They should just add a flying mode for when you're doing chiseling work. All right. Yeah, we need to add some accents to make this just look a little bit better. As long as the result looks good in the end, then I guess it's worth it, right? And I am learning a lot about the building process through this crap. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Nice. You get to go back to work tomorrow. That's awesome, dude. Maybe next time the fire will destroy the building and you won't have to go. You know what? That looks all right. I'm gonna keep that front-facing design. It looks a little weird, granted, but it's something, right? Aw, come on. What is that? Can I break it? Yeah. Okay, good. It like snapped at the last second. Not liking that. I can't really get like a flush result. Not unless I go over it like that. If I start it from inside, then it seems to work. Maybe I just need to start it from inside there. Hang on. No, for some reason I'm not able to get the same result as I did here, which is really weird. Very, very inconsistent here. But I can just change the order in which I do it, and then there it is. There's the result that we wanted. Right? That doesn't look half bad. It's a little weird, but it's ours, and we just have to finish the roof. And like I said, I'm just gonna refund some of those blocks that we should not have crafted. Yeah. So, how many of these fucking things did I make? We are not going to refund the mortar, I don't think. There should be, I don't know. So, let me count how many blocks I have. 64 times 4 plus 16. So, 272. And each one required how many bricks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, wait now. That's the total amount of bricks, but you craft them 4 at a time. So I'm gonna want to divide that by 4. 68. And then 68 times 8 is how much bricks I would have. So that's the amount of bricks, 544 bricks. And these bricks, each one requires 4 blue clay, which means that if I multiply this by 4, that's how much blue clay I used. A ridiculous amount, right? 2,176. So we're gonna give that back to ourselves. Yeah. I just want to double check my math, of course. It would pay to. I want to make sure that I'm not doing the wrong thing. Yeah, we took the total amount of bricks, we divided it by 4, and then... So we crafted 68 batches of bricks. That would have been 68 times 8, which is 544. So that's the total amount of bricks, and then each brick required 4 clay to make, which would have been 2,176. So I need to give myself 2,176 clay back. And then divide that by 128. 17. I need 17 stacks of blue clay returned to me. Which is insane. Okay. Make sure that doesn't happen again. All right, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 stacks. I need 2 more. There we go. I've been fully refunded for that. And now, just for the sake of it, I'm going to do like a 1-to-1 conversion on just like 100 bricks. Or no, 100, what do you call it? The roof tiles, right? The shingles. So let's see here. Fired black ceramic shingle. I want to have 100 of these blocks, which would require 4 shingles. Wait, no, 4 makes 2. So however many shingles you have, you cut that in half and you have that many blocks. So I need 200 shingles to become 100 blocks. So 200 shingles requires 200 times 4, 800 clay has to be deleted and exchanged for, yeah. Wait, no, because every 4, that's too much deletion. The shingles actually, you make like 12 for every 4, right? Yeah, you make 12 of these in exchange for 4 clay. So, that means that every batch of clay, every batch of shingles that I do gets me 6 ceramic shingle blocks. So if I want to have 100 shingle blocks, I divide that by 6. That's the amount of batches of shingles that I have to delete. So let's say 17, we'll round up. I have to delete 17. 17 times 4. It's that cheap, really? Well, I mean, I guess it would be, right? Yeah, because 17 times 4 is 68 clay, and 17 times 12 would be 204 shingles, which would divide into 100 blocks. So that's accurate, yeah, 17 times 4, and that's all it would cost. Which 17, 32, 64. We just delete those, right? And then we open creative and I give myself the shingles. 100 of the shingle blocks. $78. I need 22 more. All right, so everything that kind of fucked us over has been remedied. Very remedied, like it's all corrected now. And we have all that blue clay back, so, you know, I didn't waste it on a shitload of bricks that I don't need. Sadly, the mortar, we did end up wasting a fuck ton of mortar. But there has to be some sort of cost for the mistake, right? Just for the sake of it. We have so much extra clay that I think I'm gonna make another trunk for holding this shit. We have another Temporal Storm incoming. Yeah, we'll put our basic clay in here. Everything else related to refractory brick production, we'll leave in that chest. Anyway, I can try to work on as much of the roof as possible before that storm hits. At least all that shit's been dealt with, you know? Like, that was so annoying. Okay. Alright. Well, I mean, now we can actually make the progress that we always should have been able to make, right? The monsters are climbing up my scaffolding to harass me. Well, it's medium rift activity, so it's basically apocalyptic times 2 right now. That glitch is still a thing. I'm just gonna destroy the scaffolding so they can't get up. At least, like, the top block of it. Alright, so... we'll put those there for now, and then we'll do the copying and pasting from the inside afterward. All right. All right. Okay. Now, As you can see, now it's happening very fast with great efficiency. And this is what we wanted, was just the ability to fucking build the damn thing. But we spent so much time sort of dicking around trying to get it all together that we wasted so many roof blocks. I don't even know how we did it, really. I have no idea how we managed to waste so many materials in the process of trying to build this. Right? But at least now it's finally getting done. All right, so as you can see, it's finally getting done. Finally. The top part of the roof is done. It's now just the interior that we have to do, and maybe that outside wall right there could use some accents and tweaking, but... I may want that scaffolding to be there. As you can see, this is easy because I'm not even actually consuming any blocks. Because there's already, it's all roof tile anyway, right? All right. I'm gonna need scaffolding up here. I'm just glad we're finally getting it done, you know? Now I'm basically just grabbing all the undersides and we're doing that, right? Nice and quick. Easy. And we don't even have to consume any blocks when we do it because these are already shingle blocks. All I'm doing is pasting a shape. I'm not actually pasting the material. That's where you end up with a lot of trouble. All right, now there is one little problem right here, but we can fix it. So now I just have to paste that row again. Atop the scaffolding. Oh shit, what's happening here? All right, well, we have a little issue. Fixed. Let's eat. Yeah, I keep on ending up with this little lip right there. I don't know. Well, we can just remove it off of every single one that we build. I'm expecting us to go up to the roof and find a whole bunch of shit broken. But I would, you know, I'd be delightfully surprised if it was just sort of a smooth construction. It all got done, nothing broke. Okay. Let's go take a look up there. Wait. Yeah, so it's finally getting done. Now, we are gonna need more shingles, but we'll craft them. As long as the current, you know, result is that we have the boathouse and it's under construction and mostly constructed, we're good. Yeah. I might get rid of these cross beams. Although I can't. There we go. Like, I'll keep these ones. I kind of like those. Yeah. And then maybe we could put windows here. Like, just vertical windows. Maybe 3 blocks high. Or even just 2. Like, whatever, right? We have an hour and 20 minutes before the Temporal Storm starts. Yeah, I don't know how Nil Hero does it, dude. Nil Hero is such an extraordinary builder that he just seems like he puts the rest of us to shame. You know? I would love to be able to build that way. All right, that looks pretty nice. Honestly, I have no complaints with that right there. We'll leave that as is. Yeah. We still have to do the interior work a little bit, but it looks okay. What's up with that? Okay. I can fix that, but I'm gonna need scaffolding to get up there, and I don't think we have the time right now. Not with that Temporal Storm about to start. And I'm not about to get myself killed after doing all this work to make it look the way we want it. So let's retrieve all of our blocks right now. Let's get the boat out of here for a second. Okay. All right, let's head home. I don't know how I feel about those support beams. They did do a very good job of sort of covering up the jagged edges of the wood lining. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. For now, I'd best get to safety and secure the house with the final 10 minutes that we have remaining. All right. Everything is locked up tight. We should be safe-ish. We're getting those strange graphical artifacts again. I don't know what's causing these, but I definitely can't just go out there and fight monsters if we're having graphical glitches this severe. Let's try to log out and log back in and see if it resolves the graphical problems. I put you to shame? Well, buddy, I guess it is what it is. I've had a lot of practice, though. I was literally a dirt hut player for like at least 15 of my attempts. And the first actual house I tried to build in attempt 16 was funny. It was funny, dude. A spectacular failure. You know, I've learned a few tips and tricks, though. Between attempt 16 and now. Yeah, it's come together. You'll get better if you stick with it. It happened for me. But there's obviously always going to be these scenarios where it's like, we end up accidentally wasting a shitload of materials and we fuck up. And I like that the creative menu is so accessible for times such as that. Anyway, I think I am gonna need more... I'm definitely gonna need more shingle blocks, so we're gonna do some clay forming during the storm. I have the house locked up tight. We should be relatively safe. Mm-hmm. Thank you, sweetie pie. Okay.
I ordered a brush. It looks like the brush for it, but it also has a section that's
Okay.
so it will be
Good. Okay, that's a smart investment. Yeah, the corners were a real pain in the ass to get. Thank you, Susanna. I love you, sweetie. Okay.
that's
Okay. Yeah, shingles are pretty easy to make. You just gotta, you know, I'm doing all the 3x3 grid stuff in a row, and then I can switch to autocomplete and then just sort of, you know, it'll do all this stuff for me. I'm not even holding right click right now. I did the quern trick that we always like to do around here, where you start doing it and then you pause the game, let go of the mouse button, and then unpause it, and it keeps doing it for you. Yeah, right now the game is holding right mouse click for me. Like I don't need to do it, right? Really useful. We don't need that many shingle blocks at this point, though. We really don't need that many. $132 shingles. Honestly, that might be enough. $132 cut in half is how many blocks I'll have, so it's like 70 blocks. That should be more than enough. God, it is way too fucking hard to just step through that door. Alright, let's pile these up. Yeah, that should be 65, 66, just about. We're gonna have to consume a shitload of peat again, which kind of sucks, but... at least we have the peat. All right. This is all the fuel we'll need, just about. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. Close that. Light it. I have to close that door. Okay. All three are open. That's gonna give me black shingles. All right, let's grab this, put it on our back. This is gonna have to be active for about 10 hours. We can watch, we can watch the shingles in there until they're done. Oh, hell yeah. I just trapped 4 fucking drifters in here. That's insane. Let's eat. Thank you, Zuzi. Hell, you know what I'd tell you, Chris? Yeah, no sugar in the coffee, buddy. I'm a one-trick pony. I'll always give you the same fucking advice. Let's go check on the goats and the crops. God, I haven't harvested the bees at all. There's a baby right there. Bighorn lamb, female, generation 2. That's fucking sick. And this generation 2 one is pregnant. This one can breed in 3 more days. All right. You're gonna try. Oh, I know. I know. Trust me. I used to have sugar in my coffee. I know exactly how it feels, buddy. It might help you to hear this, though. Sugar is the most addictive drug on the planet. The most addictive drug. Nothing is more addictive than sugar. And the proof of that statement is the fact that all of society is unanimously addicted to it and can't stop abusing it. Sugar is, it sort of addicts the same part of the brain in the same way as cocaine and heroin do. It's extraordinarily powerful. And I don't feel like that gets enough discussion and attention in the world we live in today, partly because I think that people don't want to address the fact that they are genuinely drug addicted to sugar, right? It's, I am too. Fucking love sugar, always want sugar, you know, it is what it is. It's just something that we all share in the world. Anyway, let's craft a couple of these doors. Yeah, it doesn't matter which culture you go to, everybody loves sugar and they're addicted to it. Now, fruit sugar is one thing, but granulated sugar, that shit is literally a mass-produced drug that everybody can't seem to shake and stop using, you know? Let's grab our hammer and the saw for crafting more doors. I don't want another one of those. I guess I could just use those two. And then I need a regular door as well. How do I make the regular door? Yeah, the heavy wooden door. Oh, hammer goes in the middle. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go build the door down at the boathouse. Well, the thing is with the energy drinks, I would check the sugar content. See, a lot of people who need a lot of people who are susceptible to, I don't want to say need, but a lot of people who are susceptible to midday naps, it actually is because they spike their blood sugar in the morning. Maybe they have donuts or porridge or oatmeal or an energy drink or a sugary coffee. So their blood sugar gets really, really high, but then they crash later, right? Most of the time, that's exactly what's happening. It's a blood sugar crash. Anyway, I think we did a great fucking job here. I just have to clean up this part. I don't have Q-Piece chisel. I have to go grab it. And I have to keep an eye on the shingles in here. I don't want to leave that running for too much longer than it has to, because we only get a limited amount of use out of this before it breaks. Fired for 2.9 hours. That's it? I guess so. It's got to be in there for 10 hours, so we have time. Now, I went back to grab the chisel. Yeah, well, I would strongly recommend, buddy. Sugar's okay, but you will start to realize you're gonna have withdrawal symptoms. If you cut the sugar out of your coffee, you're actually gonna get agitated and irritable. You're gonna get pissed off really easily. It happens, dude. You'll notice it and you'll be like, so this is how the sugar does this to me. The sugar makes me have withdrawals like this. Like as though it was a really toxic and potent drug. It's because it is. It really gives you powerful withdrawal symptoms. What's really funny, though, is that it only takes 3 days for the cravings for sugar to stop. It's one of the most powerful drugs to be addicted to, but it's one of the quickest to quit. So honestly, buddy, my advice to you is just aim for 3 days and then tell me how you feel. If you can make it to 3 days, you'll experience a substantial change. I actually like this pattern that formed in the roof up here. The squares, but oh, I'm missing sections here. That's why. So we need to use the pantograph and we need to copy those. Fair enough. I'm just gonna copy that, paste it over here, and then rotate it, I think. Generally easier that way. Yeah, that's... Son of a bitch. That's copacetic. Okay. Now I need to copy and paste that. Okay, there we go. I still need to chisel a few parts off, but we're very close to this interior roof being like completely done. That's it. I just need to make sure those get removed. And now actually I could copy and paste. You know what? Actually, okay, I can't copy and paste that. I'm gonna have to actually chisel these off. Yeah. Because it's actually like 4 different bricks making up these sections, so. All right. I need more planks. The problem, honestly, man, between the two, like, if you only have coffee at the end of the day, then the sugary coffee would actually be better for you than the energy drink. Because the energy drink, the problem with it is that when you wake up and drink that energy drink, you're immediately breaking your fast, right? The body actually has a shitload of health benefits from fasting, which, like, if you just go without eating, your body has 2 states, anabolic and catabolic. The anabolic state is when you eat something and your body starts to stockpile fat, right? But the catabolic state is when you've gone like a handful of hours without eating. So right after you wake up from sleeping, you're typically in a catabolic state. If you start your morning with an energy drink, you're shutting down the catabolic state. And the catabolic state is where your body cleans up shop. So you want to stay in it as often as possible. Yeah, and the energy drink would break your fast and lock you out of it for like at least 6 hours. Yeah, an energy drink in the morning, honestly, man, hell, quit that first and maybe keep the sugary coffees. Yeah, the way that it breaks your fast is the real danger behind it. Energy drinks are, God, I don't know. There's like this cultural craze with them. Like, they're all over the place. I have so many people in the audience who are addicted to them, you know? I remember Recoil's one of them, Lord Recoil. He told me recently he's been cutting back on them. Yeah, it's the kind of thing you don't really recognize how addicted you are to it until you try to stop. Like heroin, to a significantly less severe degree, but it's, you know, typically with addictions, you don't realize how addicted you are until you try to quit. And sugar was a big one for me. I never realized how addicted I was to sugar until I tried to quit it. I'm at a point now where I can just have sugar once in a while, right? Like, I don't do too crazy. I don't go too crazy with it, but if I go a few days without sugar, I start getting those headaches. Well, no, actually, the withdrawals for sugar happen after like 1 day, but they last for like 3 days, and it's a hard 3 days. Let's grab these, the planks. What about a sugar-free energy drink in the morning? Would it still break the fast with 0 calories? That's a good question. What's in it besides the sugar? I don't know the science behind things like sucralose or aspartame or stevia. Like, I don't know the science behind whether or not, but what I do know about those is that if you have aspartame, it does not release insulin. I don't think your body has an insulin response to aspartame. Aspartame has suspected health problems, like other health problems associated with it. But yes, theoretically, technically, you could maintain the health benefits of a fast if you had an unsweetened or, well, an energy drink with no calories and no sugar that had a sweetener instead of sugar in it, technically. It's good to see you, by the way, Recoil. Welcome. Yeah, there's only one last touch that I'm gonna have to do. And it's like adding these. And then rotating the textures, of course. So can I copy those as they are now? It's working. I don't know if I want to do it to that one though. Is that gonna fuck up anything out here? I don't think it did. No, it seems all right. Sucralose, mostly no aspartame. Well, there are ways to find out. It's a 0-calorie artificial sweetener that likely does not break a fast for weight loss or autophagy, but it may cause issues for those focusing on strict insulin management or gut rest. It contains no calories, but some evidence suggests it can stimulate insulin release or cause cravings. If it can cause insulin release, then it locks you out of the catabolic state. When your body releases insulin, actually, that's when you enter the anabolic state. So if it causes an insulin response, high or consistent consumption of artificial sweeteners like sucralose can trigger a minor insulin response. If the goal is pure, strict fasting, it is best to avoid it, as it may still spark hunger or insulin despite being 0-calorie. Now, take this with a grain of salt, because I typically don't believe what the AI says, right? But it's one of those things where in order to be 100% certain that you're not breaking your fast, then you can't have it, right? It's one of those things like, can I get away with it? Maybe. But maybe not. And it's like the only certain success, the only certainty is making sure that you don't have it, right? Like that's the only thing that could actually make 100% certain that there's nothing adversely impacting your ability to fast. Now, I don't really need to change that inner part because I can't even see it. I think I should change this to brick texture right here. I'm gonna need some ashlar bricks to be brought over here. Okay, let's go grab some ashlar. But the boathouse is almost done. We just have to do the other side. Oh, not too much, Rico. Sorry, I missed your what's happening message. Yeah, we're working on our boathouse, buddy. It's coming along. I don't know how I feel about that window on the top, but... Or even the side windows. Like, I don't know. The windows were there just to add some sort of razzle-dazzle, but I'm kind of conflicted about keeping them. We need ashlar blocks. Let's head back. Oh, and let's check on this. Is it done yet? 7.59 hours. No, not done yet. Okay, I think that'll do. Yeah, I think so. That looks just fine. Guys, I think the interior of, and the roof is all done. We just have to do something with this wall here, which shouldn't be too hard to do. And then we'll have like a full-fledged boathouse. I could go do the Resonance Archives anytime, right? We're probably gonna do that today. We're gonna need scaffolding to get up there, though, if we are gonna work on that. Remember, Butter, okay? There's two things you want right now. There's two things you want. One is the blood sugar increase from sugar. The other is the energy, the caffeine boost from the coffee. Caffeine will not break your fast. So you have two addictions tied to that coffee. But the caffeine is good enough, I promise. If you get through the initial period, right? Your body's gonna know that you don't have the sugar in there, and it's gonna detest it at first. But you will get used to it. It only tastes disgusting without sugar because right now your body wants the sugar. It knows what it tastes like with the sugar, and it doesn't want to accept another like version of it, right? So try to have black coffee for just 3 days. If you can make it 3 days, then you'll probably end up coming to a place where you're like, huh, you know what, this isn't actually that bad. It's just about removing that association of the sugar from the coffee, you know? Which is admittedly easier said than done. Ugh. Yeah, when you think of it in terms of addiction and blood sugar spikes and all that, it gets a lot easier to wrap your head around and figure out. Your brain has like these certain patterns that it adheres to, and all you have to do is try to hack those patterns. Yeah, we'll do U-shaped scaffolding here. It might help me to do this easier. Okay. What did I do over there? I don't quite remember what that looks like. I have to go take a look. So there's a gap between the wall and this. And no gap over here. So what I might do is fill that in. I just have to open this up, and then we can copy and paste it all the way up. Kind of. This is going to be hard to do. This is going to be annoying to do. But if I want a complete result, I pretty much have to do it, right? Unless I think it would be easier and be less work to extend this a little. Possibly. It might be less work. Instead of doing this. That way there'd be a gap on both sides and it wouldn't look so jarring. So, I think that's a full block that I filed down from the other side. So, I would actually want to have blocks here. And then... paste, right? We just want a 1 block gap. So I actually, hang on, I have to rotate these and then get rid of the inside. Or, better idea, we harvest these and move them back. So let's delete these ones. That's part of the oak slab. So that I just have to remove. This is copacetic. We just leave that the way it is. But then I need to go like this. And then rotate that. So that's going to be the overall width of the wall out here. Yeah, that right there. And then there's going to be a gap on both sides. So let's copy and paste this. Make it easy. I have to remove that, but I have to do it carefully. Hang on. Let's go up here. Hop onto the scaffolding. Now I'm gonna use that wall as the pilot for the height, I think. So basically where the roof begins, that is where I need the opening for the sail to get through. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Yeah, that wraps around and it hugs the rest of it. We have the gap that we need. Oh, let's go check on the beehive kiln. Alright, they're done. Let's go harvest the rest of the fuel. All right. That wouldn't work. All right, let's get rid of those. Grab them. All right, so it has to stick out 1 block from this and then become a step. I gotta get closer. All right. So sticks out 1 block and then becomes a step. All right, now let's chisel the excess off. Eat. Now let's start placing these ashlar blocks down. I am gonna need to extend the floor slightly, but that's honestly a detail that I probably won't even notice until we're coming back from a long trip, so we'll worry about that later. All right, that's enough height. We'll go 2 blocks out, and then we'll start the chiseling work. I can copy and paste these flat ones like that. All right, now we have to do the same type of chisel work there. So, place a block right here, extend the stairs. 1 block out is where it begins. All right. So those are identical now, and they've been moved out. Now the next part is pretty easy. Converting that was the annoying part. I do think I might take a break from the boathouse for a bit, and we can finish it after we get back from the Resonance Archives. Maybe let's do some of that story shit, right? Get that going. Hey Zuzi, you want to see the progress on the boathouse? Okay.
Tess is gonna be here. Oh, nice, nice.
I don't know how I feel about the windows. They're a work in progress, but we have the outer part of the roof done. We're working on the back wall, but we're gonna take a break. This is the inside.
I like the inside.
Yeah.
The windows on the along the sides. Close the door. Would
Yeah.
probably get rid of the windows.
Get rid of the windows on the sides, leave the windows on the top. I was thinking of getting rid of the bottoms here, replacing those with blocks, and then getting rid of this one and that one so that there's like two angled, I don't know. Like, just more subtle windows. Like, kind of, right?
Yeah, that would look better, I think.
It's hard, but yeah, it's not easy.
No, of course not. But I think you're doing great. Your
Mhm.
building has come along.
It has. I've gotten a lot better at it. Let's grab these. We can just copy and paste the shapes there.
That looks better. At the night. Yeah, you know what? It would be really cool if you could stain the.
Yeah. Stain the glass, yeah. All right. See you later, sweetie. You're not leaving yet? Black coffee on an empty stomach is not rough. I don't know. It could be the quality of the coffee. Like if you're having one of those Nescafe fucking instant coffees, then yeah, but just buy like actual coffee. I make quality coffee. I don't settle for anything less, right? Like I buy beans, I grind them up, and then I steep it in hot and boiling water for like 15 minutes.
It's not. People who tend to be more anxious, it's better to have some protein. Because caffeine makes you feel a bit jittery and stomach ache. I know this from my.
Well, we're talking about trying to like ways to maintain a fast with coffee as a part of your life. So
Add butter to it.
yeah.
Make butter coffee.
You could add butter to it. Butter just has a little bit of harmless saturated fat in it, and it doesn't break a fast. And it takes the edge off the coffee. So if you guys wanted to try putting a little bit of butter in your coffee, that would be a good way to maintain your fast and also get the coffee without it being like a strong black coffee.
Also, warm salted water. Warm salted water helps a lot.
Yeah. Well, I ended up with kind of the same windows on the bottom. I do kind of like the look of that. I feel like the windows on the top might be unnecessary. Same with these side ones. I mean, maybe that's what Zuzi meant. I don't know. Let's put that there. That does look better. Yeah, what looked really bad was having the angle here on the windows because you had the wood over here, but then the clear blue sky right there. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I have no problems having coffee on an empty stomach. I don't relate to that at all. Like, it just, I got used to it. Zuzi said that people with an anxious disposition, coffee makes them really, really uncomfortable. So, like, if you have a black coffee and you start to feel anxious, then having a protein-rich breakfast won't break your fast for very long, but it'll kind of mitigate that anxious feeling.
Warm, salty water.
Warm, salty water?
Yes.
You could also do salty water, apparently. Warm, salty water. This is all beyond my purview, though. This is Zuzi information.
This is mine. This is my testing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and anxious dispositions.
Oh, shit. Not what I wanted to do. I don't want to waste a glass block. We're refunding that. Okay. Having more modest windows there kind of helps a little bit. I can't really target any of these. I would probably have to log out to harvest those, like to get rid of the support beams here. It's not giving me a hitbox, so. Yeah. That's the only shitty part about building with the support beams is that sometimes you can screw yourself over if they don't let you alter them, right? I don't really like that as much as the standard pattern that we have over here. Let's undo it. All right, let's eat. And let's go to the Resonance Archive. I feel like we've spent enough time building the boathouse. I'm kind of starting to climb the walls, and it would be good for us to get out there and do some life-threatening adventuring, you know, something more meaningful. Where'd that glass go? Still, okay, I got it. Anyway, that'll do for now. Yeah, we have a boathouse. Yeah, let's go deposit everything that we don't need and let's set out. We have an adventure to go on. You never know, buddy. Maybe the empty stomach coffee thing is like if you quit the energy drinks, then it'll stabilize your microbiome and then you'll be fine. I don't know. Who knows, buddy? Maybe energy drinks cause digestive issues. Okay. Let's deposit these shingle blocks and let's go see how much these have cooled down in here. 200 degrees. Looks like I can grab those without burning myself. Okay. We made more blocks. That should be enough to finish the roof. Deposit the glass. QP's chisel. The hammer. Pantograph. This milk has got to be spoiled, right? No? Not spoiled yet? All right, we're gonna top up our nutrition, our dairy nutrition with it. So we have another 3 days before we can actually start to make cheese. I think I'm just gonna dump out this milk. Yeah, let's deposit the roof blocks here. We're gonna need, we'll bring 4 ceramic vessels full of food. I need to top up my fruit nutrition as well. Looks like we need 4 of those. We'll bring 5 just to be sure that we can maximize our nutrition value there. And then the bees, I do not believe, have to be harvested again before we go. No. Let's try to get a bucket of milk here. This one. You can literally just stand there and hold right click and then eventually you'll manage to milk it. It's nice. I guess that would probably also work with like a Generation 0 goat, right? You just stand there and keep trying to milk it until it works, which makes it seem a little bit more forgiving than I had originally suspected it was. So we have a lot of food. We pretty much just have to get going. I have the waypoint there already. We're gonna want to bring some torches. Extra heals. Really as many as we can carry, as well as our steel armor. All right, and let's pack our little suitcase here. Okay. I'll keep 2 of these on me. We are gonna want to try to loot some stuff. That's why I have to try to stay light. You're heading out? Bye-bye.
I love you.
Yeah, be safe. I love you too.
Ish.
Okay. All right. All right, let's head out. Should I bring more pie? I don't know. I feel like I'll just eat the pie that we have left. And then we're gonna rely exclusively here. Let's have a permanent lantern on the boat. We're gonna rely exclusively on the meat stew as we, you know, get further. So we are heading toward the Resonance Archives. It's over here. I just gotta sail the open seas until we get there. It looks like it's around this landmass. I can squeeze through here, it looks like. We're able to sail quite quickly. Well, sir, well, Butter, bye-bye, sweetie. Love you very much. Yeah. In my experience, buddy, I've experienced this in my own life. Most of the problems I had growing up, everybody always wanted to tell me they were genetic when really they were dietary. Depression, for example, and anxiety. When I was a teenager, I had really bad depression and anxiety. I was on medications, and it turns out it was actually because my parents always kept the larder stocked with processed food, those brownies that never spoil, chips, soda, and as a kid, I was always eating that shit, right? And they also were not big on like protein heavy meals. Like what they would do is they would lace the meat with a shitload of pasta, right? Or a shitload of potatoes, and they'd try to dilute it because they were trying to feed a family of 4. You know what I mean? And once I got older and I started cutting out the processed food and fasting regularly and even taking cold showers, all of a sudden, depression and anxiety to me, they feel like fictions now. I know they're real for other people, but that's because these lifestyle changes are not real for them, right? It's one or the other. I have come to fully believe through my own experiences that the only reason I had mental illnesses at all was because of the way I was living, right? Damn straight, Amber, damn straight. Yeah, the armor. Swimming in steel plate armor is a really funny concept in this game. And thank you very much, Seven Sky. It's a work in progress, but it's coming together quite nicely. All right, take care for now, Seven. We'll see you in a little bit. Yeah, I watched it in my own life. Like, it used to be hell in my head. When I was growing up, dude, when I was in my late teens and early 20s, I identified with Prometheus, for fuck's sake, right? Because I felt like my existence was like I was chained to the top of a mountain, doomed to suffer forever. I literally identified with that, you know? And I felt that my hero should be somebody who chose the suffering because they can't escape it. So therefore, I identified with Prometheus as sort of a male idol, right? But it turns out that the suffering was entirely self-inflicted, somewhat. My parents were not health conscious. They didn't have an appropriate level of fear or caution toward ultra-processed food. And energy drinks are in that category. They're an ultra-processed food, for sure, they are. And they also did not have any awareness of the dangers of sugar. They hardly had an awareness for the dangers of margarine. They cooked with margarine and seed oils, right? So eventually, I had to learn this information and apply it. And until I applied it, I was to blame for my health problems, my mental problems, right? And there were a lot of physical problems that I would get too that did not get remedied until these like lifestyle changes. I used to get horribly gassy, horribly. And then, you know, I stop, you know, you stop eating the seed oils, you stop having the margarine, you greatly reduce your processed food intake, and eventually your digestion improves, your digestive system improves because you're not poisoning it constantly, right? It turns out that long-term poisoning makes your body worse and brain, and it's like a crazy thing that this isn't actually taught to people, you know? But I feel like that's why I have the beliefs I do about the pharmaceutical and the processed food industries and the corporations which make up those industries. I think that it's by design, right? I think that they make people sick on purpose, and then they sell you the drugs which fix problem A but cause problem B, and it's just on and on the cycle goes. 90% of our chronic diseases and mental illnesses, I think, come from the food standard, right? Crohn's, IBS. Well, and what I'm gonna postulate to you, Butter, is that there was something in their diet that led to the onset of those chronic diseases. The question I would ask you first is, were they born with those problems? Or did those problems form over time? 9 times out of 10, a formulated problem that is not, what do you call it? What's the word that means from birth? There's like a specific word. A something disease that means from birth. Congenital, that's the word. Yeah, most problems that are not congenital, like that you're born with, are caused environmentally, right? It's like it's a result of something. A result of something in the lifestyle that has induced it. Yes, recoil, congenital, yeah. I can't tell the difference between cat food and sesame sticks. Mineral deficiency can cause eating dirt. Oh my god, what are you on? Pass some my way, dude. I want some of it. Alright, see, getting to the Resonance Archive this time was so easy, we literally sailed there. We had a nice casual sailing trip to the Resonance Archive, and that just feels amazing. Alright, so let's mark the boat. And let's head over there. You were missing wisdom teeth congenitally? Damn. Most people have to have them removed, so you're saying that you just didn't have them to begin with? I had an impacted molar. Congenitally, like a molar that never grew out. It grew sideways into another tooth instead of like growing out. So my dentist actually engaged in an experimental procedure with me. He removed the molar that was impacted and let the wisdom tooth grow in its place, and it actually fucking worked. I have crooked teeth, slightly crooked teeth because of it, but I don't know, it worked a little bit. It did work. I'm gonna take these torch holders, not because I think I'm gonna use them, but just because they're there, you know? Rope house? What is that? That's a chiseled block? Oh, that's interesting. All right. Yeah, we got 3 torch holders here. Let's head down. Where's the... Here it is. We are officially in the protected zone where I can't destroy anything. Okay, we're all the way down. We need to activate the power here. So, let's get started by drinking this milk. Actually, dairy's good. We're gonna eat the honey. Alright, and then it's gonna be protein for our next meal. Let's make sure we have the armor on. Don't want to forget that. Anyway, I have to pee. Yeah, coffee on an empty stomach. That's why I was so confused with it, because I never experienced any sort of problems. I mean, personally, I never experienced any sort of discomfort with it, so. All right, I think we have to go the guard room. I remember there was stuff in here, but I don't know if there's anything overly useful. I'll take a look. There are bandages. The linen stack I can't really do anything with. I can't break that. Lead ingot. I'll take that. There isn't that much around some of these areas, but you can find some loot. If we ever need lead ingots, we'll be happy we grabbed those, right? Iron arrows. Just a shitload of iron arrows. I'll take those. Better than crafting them myself. A butterfly pin. I can equip that. It looks kind of stupid on my armor, though. We'll try to wait until we have something better. Dirty linen trousers. Leather bracers. I'll wear the leather bracer. Shepherd pants and a minstrel shirt. Honestly, it would be nice to have a good change of clothes that isn't like animal hide, you know? So we'll start to collect like clothing. I found this thing, the survivor cloak, and that's like an entire new piece of clothing that I can't craft any clothing for. Oh shit, wait. Get rid of that. Yeah, give me my axe back. You can actually get free armor here. It's not very good armor, but you can get free armor here. Ruined mace. Copper armor. Okay. Yeah, let's get out of the guard room. I think we've pretty much picked this place clean. We need to find a place where we can restore the power. There's a specific room where we have to turn the power back on by activating a coal furnace. It'll light this place up like a Christmas tree. And we'll be able to see. Library. Right here, engineering. We gotta reactivate the power here. And we can take a look around for whatever loot might be lying around, you know? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of coal right here, a whole bunch of black coal. We can take pretty much all of it. Well, that's coal I don't have to mine for, and it's a lot of it, too. There's 12 black coal in this crate. Let's empty it. $147 black coal in there. We got some extra torches here. I will take those. We can light them, right? I'll also take these and craft what I can out of them. There. I'll delete the surplus. Anyway, let's get this lit. This is where the electrical power is going to come from. I think. Yep, everything's firing up. Limonite. Crushed iron. Yeah, we're good. What can I do with the bismuth bronze plate? The plaque. I mean, I'm assuming you can hang stuff up on it, but I'd rather craft a nice looking plaque out of tin bronze or something. Anyway, let's head out. As you can see, all the lights are on now. Commons over there. Nobles' quarters. We'll go to the nobles' quarters first, and then we'll go to commons. Yeah, a lot of congenital problems. Like, a lot of people think it's because their genetics are flawed, but that's not the case. Genetics are not inherently flawed, they get damaged, right? A lot of the ways that they get damaged are through, like, mutations, which are chemically induced, right? So, like, if you have, let's say you have two women, they're exact clones of each other, right? They both get pregnant with the same DNA, same set of circumstances. They do the exact same thing for 9 months with one key difference. One mother eats McDonald's 4 times a month, the other one doesn't. There's gonna be noticeable genetic alterations in the baby in the mother who had the McDonald's 4 times a week, right? It's like everything is a result of mutation, chemical mutation. Some mutations are for our benefit. Some mutations are not. Some people have genetic abnormalities resulting from chemical environmental alterations that are actually beneficial to them, right? But it's just usually when you hear about mutations, they go the other way and they end up adverse or somehow like worse, right? Yeah, most of our human condition and all the problems in it stems from the plethora of chemicals that we subject ourselves to in modern society. And I do wish there was a broader conversation about that, because I feel it's a conversation that all of society should have, you know? How do we optimize everybody's health and just make it so that there's less damage to go around? This place is pretty well crumbled. I don't see much else in here. Hole in the wall right here. Let's check it. A couple of gold ingots. And what's this? An elk medallion. Place on the brow of a tamed elk to claim ownership. That's pretty cool. Fuck yeah, we'll keep that. I can't take that chest. Temptress velvet shoes. It actually has less maximum warmth than my current, so. Omok piece. We don't need those. Large silver bracelets. Jailer pants. Elk medallion crown. I don't know how these look and how they compare to each other. We're gonna go deposit pretty fucking soon. Forlorn Hope belt, eh? I can equip that and we can repair it, but it only has a max warmth of like 1 degree. Teardrop amulet, I'll pass. Forlorn Hope pants. I don't know if I want those or not. Max warmth is 2 degrees. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the Forlorn Hope pants and the Jailer pants. The Shepherd pants seem like a better match to the minstrel shirt that we found. Okay. Then let's equip our rawhide trousers back. I don't really need the sticks, we'll just delete them. I will take that painting. Those kinds of things can really help your home to look better. Lackey shoes we don't want because they're not as warm as the fur boots that I can craft. Merchant bracelet and plain glasses. Wow, I guess I'll keep the glasses because they take up that slot that I haven't found anything for. It looks like this is the last room in this area. All right. Yeah, so the nobles' quarters have been searched. We did get some extra clothing in here. I don't know what the garderobe is, but we might be able to search it. I need to go to the commons, I know that. And we're gonna have to resurface so I can organize my loot and deposit some stuff in the chest soon. Okay, this place is just sort of like a dead-end one-off room, it looks like. Really not much to it. Maybe a garderobe is like a toilet. Commons is over there. We gotta run around to the other side and resurface. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not gonna rush those anymore. Dying to fall damage would be the most efficient way of buzz killing the past 80 hours of the playthrough. Yeah, let's get out of here. I'll eat some pie real quick. That's the toilet? Okay. I'm with Recoil on this one. Like, I know how bad those things are, and I still want them. Like, it's really hard to say no to things that are literally designed scientifically to be hyper palatable, even if they're deadly and dangerous. Like, I'm just like, yo, pass that shit, you know? Yeah, it is what it is. It's like, you know, people tell me what happens in factory farms. I'm just like, man, abuse tastes good, you know? It is what it is. We'll take a look for any chests that I can loot on the way up. There's stuff around. I don't like the idea of falling to my death, but there is definitely stuff here. I don't know if it's safe to go over there and try to get that chest, though. Like, okay, I could reach that chest from here, so I didn't have to find out. All right, let's continue up. We're resurfaced again. Anyway, we actually have a shitload of storage on the boat, so I'm gonna head back to the boat to deposit stuff. We'll remove our steel plate armor. It's a very short, casual jaunt over there, so... Yeah, we're engaging in a proper adventure now. Look at that. I actually have a piece of clothing on every slot. That's a career first for me. And I should be able to repair these clothes. I think so, with like sewing kits or something. We'll see. I'll see if I can repair these clothes in any way. I kinda don't want to be here in the middle of a sea of cattails. Let's move the boat over here so I can see what I'm doing from the shore. All right. I'd like to light all these torches. I didn't have a boat last time I did it, man. There was so much loot and I was unable to take all of it and it hurt so much. Right now, we got way better options. Let's get all these torches lit. It's gonna take a hot minute. Right, I don't need to hold it. I can just hold right click. Yeah, you hold right click and then you pause the game and then you unpause it after you let go of right click and then it keeps doing it on autopilot for you. That coffee's gonna last you a bit. Yeah, it doesn't go down as quickly when it's not sugary, eh? It's like, you know, you're not drinking it for the flavor, you're drinking it for the feeling that it provides. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's more about the caffeine and less about the sweetness. All right, let's go. It is so useful to have that boat and all those storage containers there, dude. Like, I can actually take the decorations I want to fucking take. And we have an entire upstairs to our house that is fundamentally unused and is just begging for a shitload of decorations to be placed in it. Now, apparently I can take that rusty gate. Like, it's something I can actually take. I don't know how to use it. Apparently that gate cannot be opened by hand. Yeah, apparently you can't use these that way. I'd still like to take them, but we'll worry about that later. All right, let's head back down. We have our steel armor equipped. And hopefully we can find like a cooler outfit of clothing to wear. Although I don't think I'll ever be caught dead without armor on. It'd feel cool to have a shirt that matched my pants that wasn't made out of rawhide. Bell Workshop. Well, this is open. I'm gonna search this now. I'm expecting enemies and resistance here, because the bells are the monsters that are super deadly, aren't they? Like, typically. Let's eat. I mean, the slices of pie won't last very long. Yeah, I think I have to try to kill a bell here. I just really hope it doesn't summon anything crazy like a bellhead shiver. I got lucky with the last one, I think, because it didn't summon hyper crazy shit. This one might. This one might decide it wants me to find out after I fuck around. God, that thing has a lot of health. The steel armor is doing its job, though. All right, got a couple of them to hit each other. Yeah, if I was wearing the Gambuson armor, I would totally be dead. But that's the fun of it, you know? The steel armor. For when you just need more. Let's finish the pie. We'll go grab the loot that the bell dropped. I wonder if it's capable of summoning anything stronger, because the truth is there are certain enemies that a bell can summon that can just melt me, dude. Temporal gear. Yeah, bellhead shivers are crazy dangerous. Rusty gears. I don't need the tin ingot. I'll take the temporal gear. All right. I have to go back and turn right. Jonas part. Gem studded bracelet. In order to know which of those I'd prefer, I actually have to remove my armor, which is kind of sus, but here, let's do it. Alright, so those are kind of like replacement gloves. Yeah, we'll keep these leather bracers. I'll ditch the gem-studded bracelet. I need to take this gear, and we have to bring it to the workshop upstairs. I got a scroll, which is apparently like a lore item. We read it. We'll get rid of it now. Let's use these clean bandages while I walk. Wait. Take the Jonas part. I don't need the candle or anything. I mean, yeah, we can craft those pretty easily, so. Not really seeing anything in these chests that are littering the area here. They appear empty. Possible there's nothing there. To use another bandage. We still have to go this way. Even though we got that gear, I want to loot thoroughly, right? Doesn't look like there's much else here, though. How much does that restore? 3 health? Okay, my bandages are better, so we're just going to use these as cheap throwaway bandages. One thing I can tell you, Chris, is that if sugar becomes a smaller part of your lifestyle, then you'll actually start to get more dopamine and more pleasure from food. However much you enjoy eating like chicken wings and tacos and stuff now, you will enjoy it more when your brain isn't constantly riding sugar highs, you know? The thing is, having sugar every day, it kind of numbs the brain's pleasure centers to the point where sugar's the only thing that gives you that amount of pleasure. But when you stop, like, saturating your pleasure centers with sugar all the time, it makes it much easier for other things to give you greater pleasure. Could be sex, could be food, you name it. I can't get into the library for a hot minute. I need to go to the engineering area at this point, I think. I think engineering is upstairs. That's the guard room. This is the exit. Yeah, the library is where we want to get to, but that's like at the end of it all. Yeah, this armor, it does not come off. We would have died already if it wasn't for this armor. Steel plate, buddy, it's fucking... I am an organic organism underneath fucking fucking steel exoskeleton. Where's here? Engineering. So I think that when I put this gear there, it might open. Oh, missing pump head. Okay. Let's put this gear right there. I don't really know what that does. My memory's a little foggy, but I used it just the same. I fucking used it. So Noble's quarters, the shitter's over there. It might have opened a door in Commons. Honestly, I don't think it opens the library. Yeah, the library door is right there. Anyway, let's go down to Commons. Which is right over there. That's the shitter over there. Yeah, the sugar has like a cumulative effect, right? It numbs the brain's pleasure centers to the point where other things don't feel as good. It's like, honestly, it's exactly like masturbation. I am a very proficient masturbator. I'm not ashamed to admit it, man. I've had a computer since I was 10 years old, so porn and masturbation has been a regular part of my life since I was young. And only in my mid-20s did I start trying to like dial back the masturbation and see how it felt. And when you masturbate less, everything feels more vibrant and more enjoyable. Everything. And I'm not just talking about like sex. I'm talking like gaming feels more fulfilling, food tastes better, taking a walk feels more adventurous. Like everything improves when you don't beat off. And that's not to say I don't beat off once in a while. It's temptation's always there, you know, only human. But I like knowing that how much I can enjoy every aspect of my life is entirely up to me and the amount of discipline that I'm able to live with, right? It really all comes down to what you're willing to do to maximize your enjoyment in life. And the more addictions that you're willing to fight and fend off, ultimately, the more pleasure you're gonna get from the more fulfilling parts of existence. Oh, hey, I can actually take some of these ceramic things here. That's interesting. I guess it's just gonna depend on whether or not I even want them. I never use jugs, like ever. I don't think I would ever want to have them. But they stack up to 8, so I'll see if I can get 8 of them. What's through here? Chopper cleaver, a little bit of lime, some salt. Nothing special here. I came from over there. What's through here? Commons is a big place. I'll be doing a lot of my searching here for various stuff. What's in that? Lead bits. I'll take the lead ingots. I don't think I'm gonna bother with the lead bits. I mean, technically 20 pieces gets me an ingot, but that's at cost to my inventory. So we'll see. Jonas subassembly. Clay oven. Yeah, this place takes a lot of time and energy to search. A lot of inventory space. Wool-lined knee-high boots. That's not as good as what I have. Snow goggles. I'll keep the glasses instead of the snow goggles. Although really it depends on their max warmth. They're the same. Hunter poncho, eh? Instead of that cloak? That's a tough choice. I don't even know which one I want. Like, the hunter poncho looks pretty sick. Yeah, I think I'll take the poncho instead of the survivor cloak. They have the same warmth rating. Brown cloth and rush matting. I'm good. I'm looking for the kind of loot that I can't make on my own. Like, good clothing and stuff. Nothing in here. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, saw blade locusts are pretty dangerous. Thankfully, it looks like he can't get out of that room. He's kind of caught on the door. Very dangerous enemies. I think I'm just gonna get rid of the jugs. And the bowls. I can make my own. I don't need to be looting shit like that in here. Yeah, it's important to remember we're looking for loot that I can't make or get myself. Nothing in here. Minor pants. Max warmth 2 degrees. Fortune teller scarf. Max warmth 1 degrees. So it's a head item. I'll keep that. I mean, it's better than the straw hat, right? The straw hat is something I can craft out of plant fibers. Having something unique in that slot would definitely be better. Even if it is a fortune teller scarf, make me look fucking ridiculous. A Jonas scuba tank? What do you mean a Jonas scuba tank? Oh, you mean there should be one. I thought you meant like there should be one for me to loot here. But you probably mean they should make one. Like, they should make a Jonas scuba tank, right? Oh. Oh, I like that. I'm keeping that shirt. Scribe pants. Don't need the scribe pants. I think that shirt will actually match the shepherd pants that we have. Peasant headscarf. I wouldn't wear that because it doesn't have any sort of a temperature boost. Yeah, we're looking for clothing I can repair. That'll keep me warmer. Scribe gloves. Yeah, no, my gloves are better. Let's eat. Huntsman's tunic. That's a replacement jacket, and it's not as good as my fur coat, so we can't keep that. Yeah, the max warmth is what matters. I'm looking for clothing that's gonna make me have easier winters. Because, you know, if we ever have to travel to another quest objective in winter, which undoubtedly we will, I have to make sure that I'm resilient. A conch, dark purple. It's a dark conch. A demonic conch. Take that. Hunter's green shirt. We're good. Although, that might be... Hang on. There were, like, hunter's pants that I found before. I'll just get rid of the rawhide mantle for now, and we'll take that hunter's shirt. And I'll see if I can find hunter's pants again. Tattered linen shirt. Well, right now I'm thinking in terms of, like, what if I find a matching pair of pants for any of these, right? Don't need the leather. I got plenty. Huntsman's tunic, I'll pass. Don't need that. Nor that. All right. Survivor pants. They're tattered. Okay, so you can see what they look like when they're in full condition by, like, okay, maybe you can't. I don't think I'm gonna keep the tattered stuff. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna keep that tattered thing right there. And the hunter's green shirt, like that always looks bad. I'm not gonna keep the hunter's green shirt. Yeah. Which kind of sucks because I did already get rid of my animal hide shirt, my rawhide shirt, but we have another one. Squire hood. Max warmth of 1 degrees. I prefer that to the fortune teller thing. Fuck yeah. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Wait. Sewing kit. Used for repairs and making new clothes. Great step shirt. I can wear that. And then can I, like, repair a piece of clothing with this? It says it's in terrible condition, but I can't, like, I can't improve the condition of it. Apparently it's sold by a treasure hunter trader, but I don't know. I don't know if I could repair it. Repair clothing, vintage story. Apparently I can use linen to repair it. Take a ball of flax or whatever, drag it onto the clothing you're wearing. Okay, well apparently it can be done. I think back here there was some cloth. We'll see if I can repair it with the bolt of cloth. No, not with the bolt of cloth, it looks like. Oh, I fucking repaired it actually, yeah. Oh, beautiful. So it's just that. That's all you do. Can I use the sewing kit on it? Yep. So we just repaired those. Straight up we did. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'd like to repair this belt, but apparently it only gives us 0.1 degrees of warmth, which is like nothing, you know? Either way, that's awesome. Yeah, we're gonna be warmer all the time now, thanks to some of the clothing that we've been getting. I don't want this butterfly pin. I'm hoping I can find something better. All right, now I have to check this area right here. I can't get in through here, but there is another entrance to there. This way. And then I think this will lead me to the exit. Yeah, this is... I've already been in here, I think. But there's a chest hidden behind one of these. There it is. Rusty gears. Merchant amulet. Don't need that. I already have the temporal gear amulet. That music box I can't seem to use or take. Yeah, we can get out of here now. Technically. There's a place I have to drop down, I think, somewhere in Commons. Right here. Yeah, that's where I have to drop down. I think I've looted every path. I'm gonna end up falling in the water. All right. Now, I'm assuming that whatever I did with that gear, it opened something here. Possibly that translocator room was opened when I used the gear on the machine. But we're gonna check the other places first. Waste. I have found the waste room. I don't know if there's anything in here. It does not appear as though there is at a glance. This room is waste. Still doing really good on food. That's not at issue at all. So over here, there's nothing but dead end. We have to go inside this room. Translocator room. It'll help us to find trans people. Granite ashlar blocks. Wow, I can actually take those. All right. I guess let's pop through here. This area is gonna be a little dangerous, but I should be able to handle it just fine. Yeah. Hematite, malachite, brown coal, quartz chunk, seeds. I'll take the flax twine. I might be able to use that to rip. Oh my god. Okay. Blasting powder. I'll take that. Now, I think I can use flax twine on the clothing, can't I? Maybe I have to be wearing it in order to use it for a repair. No, I'm definitely repairing my clothing. All right. Good. At least, you know, knowing that I can grab that stuff and use it is pretty useful. It is useful to use it. Let's take this. Make more torches, delete those sticks. I'll take the black coal. Now, we have to press on through here. I don't know which way we have to go. We're just gonna go straight first. Hematite, I don't care about. This... I'll wear that one. Okay. It's almost time for us to eat again. Oh shit. Oh shit. These guys are way more dangerous when you're... I actually had to fight and kill one of these guys when I was in my Gambus and armor, and that was very dangerous. Those guys are very, very deadly when you're not in steel plate. You get swarmed by like 5 of them, they'll kill you in your fucking chain, like in your steel plate armor. They will totally kill you. They are dangerous enough for that. Crazily enough. Oh shit. Oh my god. Run. That's insane. Holy sh... I'm really glad I got through them. Now, I have to hold the line. Let's eat. I do not want to let the Nightmare Drifter hit me. He hits pretty fucking hard even when you're in armor. And the Corrupted Drifter is a close second place to that logic. Yeah, don't just face tank shit. Try to retreat, get to a position of tactical advantage. Can I repair my clothing with this? No. But if I get 4 of them, I guess I could combine them into something that could repair my clothes. Anyway, let's, I'm not keeping the tuning resonators. I don't really care about those. The lead bits and the blasting powder, like, I'm pretty sure. Saltpeter, powdered sulfur. Saltpeter is kind of hard to find. So I think I'll keep the blasting powder, especially if I ended up finding more, right? That would be good. We got a lot of black coal in here. I'll take all that. Nice. I can repair more of my clothing now. Blasting powder. I don't know what, if anything, to expect to find here. It's amazing that I can swim in full steel plate. Okay, so it looks like this probably loops around to the other water zone that we found before. Just a whole bunch of stone. Uh, 63 bauxite stone in there. I don't need that though. I have plenty. I can find more easily. Let's get rid of the flax fiber. I can grow that. Quartz. Milk crystal quartz. So this is just like an assortment of mines. Don't really think there's anything else to be had here. I'm not certain. But I think we're good to leave. Oh, this might be the other exit. So I turn right here, right? Yeah, turn right. There's the portal room. Then go over here. This place is rather labyrinthine. Easy to get lost. Easy to get cornered at that. So I need to be ready for shit to hit. There's a pump head here. I need that for the workshop. Got it? And I think that might actually open the library. I think that's what we were looking for. But we're obviously going to want to still try and loot as much valuable stuff as we can around here. I just hope I don't end up dying in here. Ore blasting bomb. I mean, that stuff could be the shit. Like, I might want to try to find a lot of those. Granite stones, don't need them. Let's head back down. Empty. 8 black coal, I'll take it. I think we're done in here. Like, that's where the portal is. I bypassed a lot of turns, but I've explored most of them. I've been here. Yeah, we're good. Let's get out of here. And let's go back to the workshop and use this item that we got. My inventory is looking pretty ragged, though. I think we're going to want to double back, deposit, you know, just make sure we're organized and whatnot. Oh, there's ores inside these crates. I mean, not much, but nonetheless, there are, right? Anyway, let's go. This area is blocked off. I can't really get through here. I think I have to get back up through the reservoir area. Right? Climb the ladder, backtrack, sort of thing. How do I get the UI on the top left? That is part of a mod, and I will tell you which mod it is, so that you know exactly what to get. It is this one. Wait, no, not this one. Get this one too. Extra info is really good. But if you want that, the thing on the top left corner of the screen, that is... What is it? What is that mod? Do I not have it on this list? Holy shit, I might not actually have that mod on the list. Does anybody know what that mod is, giving me that user interface on the top left corner? Oh, it's this simple HUD clock patch, I think. Let me find out. You know what? We're gonna go deposit. I'm gonna take a look at my mod list and I will tell you exactly what it is. It's gonna be in my mod list. Yeah. Let me just get out of here real quick. So we're at Commons. The staircase out is over there. Let's go to engineering first and leave behind this bell. Now the door should be open to the library, I think. Yep. Now let's get out of here. Yeah, it's simple HUD clock, but I don't know if it's the patch or the regular one. So I'm gonna find that out for you, buddy. Flipper. All right, here's the exit. We're gonna log out after we've organized our inventory real quick. Ugh. Yeah, I wish there were more places like this in the game. I love doing the Resonance Archive. I find it so fun. Like, the whole way through, too. It just never feels boring or dull or anything. I love it. It's really fun. And sadly, there's just not that many places like it in the game. I would love it if the Treasure Hunter Trader had like mini quests with similar locations that are maybe just shorter and less demanding, but where you can find unique loot and clothing and stuff. Ingots. All right. Let's light these. Yeah, I don't have that mod there. That's crazy. I've forgotten to have it there for so many series. I'm gonna have to go back and fix all that when we're done streaming today. All right. So, I'm gonna save and quit the game, and we're gonna find out exactly what that mod is, and I'm gonna have to add it to everything later. Oh yeah, and boat speed test. I was supposed to add that as well. We have boat speed. I remembered to add that one. HUD Clock Patch. Okay, so it's the HUD Clock Patch, buddy. Yeah, simple HUD Clock Patch. That's what you want. Adds a decorative tooltip to the top left corner of the screen indicating time, month, season, and temperature. Time, month, season, wind, strength, and temperature. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Flipper, if you wouldn't have asked that, then I wouldn't have known that it had to be fixed. I'll have to go back after and fix all those. All right, let's quit the game. Reopen it. And it's time for us to go fight the boss of this place. Odelafellawellion, or whatever the fuck his name is. All right, here. I have a little chest on my back. Containing some extra stuff. I don't think I'm gonna need any more than this one crock, but let's drink this milk. It's just gonna go bad later anyway. We may as well fill up on it now. Okay. I'll take one more of these just in case. Put this down here, put a stack of our sulfur bandages on the belt, and let's head back. We got a boss to try to kill. Alright, let's throw on our good armor. Well, it's all good, but our stronger armor. Okay, so we have to go up the stairs and then up to the library. I don't really know where the stairs... They're probably on the other side. The staircase up. Later. Alright, here we go. It's time to fight Idle Bylon. Fucking Idle Pylon. We have to kill the Idle Pylon. It's amazing that you can't just climb over this rubble. Alright. Okay, Idle Pylon, it's me and you, buddy. Alright, let's heal up. I am so glad I learned how to avoid that shit, dude. Partway through the fight, ads are gonna show up. He only has like 3 attacks. You just have to learn how to choreograph them. He throws a weak rock at you sometimes. The second attack is a melee. That's the melee. And the third attack is where he kind of does like a ground pound. This. You can jump to avoid it. After he ground pounds, though, rubble will fall on you. So you're gonna get like repetitive shavings of damage every time the rubble lands on you. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, we have ads now. I have to take out the ads. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just flinging all of us. Oh my god. I hate how disorienting that is when he just keeps on launching you. If you jump, you avoid that launch. That's the thing, right? You just have to jump to avoid it, but you can't always see when he's doing that, especially when you're fighting these spiders. At least, man, can you imagine how unfair this fight would be if he was summoning saw blade locusts instead? That shit would be overpowered as fuck. Okay. We killed all the spiders. Now it's just him and I again. No, there's another one. Anyway, I'm taking hunger damage. I have to eat. Yeah, you can just sort of run around and slowly apply bandages whenever you need to recuperate. It works. Yeah, 2 of his attacks are almost completely avoidable. The melee and the ground pound, you just jump when he does the ground pound, step back when he does the melee, right? You just gotta learn the choreographing. God, there's more of these now. Yeah, there it is. All right, we beat the boss. And now this door is open. I wonder why it couldn't have opened before. Like before we fought him, you know? Okay. Let's make those. We no longer need any torches. We now have 64. That's a full stack. We're gonna have to add some coal to that, but we'll collect this coal. Yeah, we have to light up the library by adding some coal here. Let's light it. There we go. Let's heal up. Now, I'm gonna be skipping, there's like a couple of things that you have to read, and I'm gonna be skipping that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna be skipping it. We read through all of it in attempt 27 after I beat this. But we're just gonna skip it this time. And there's a glider schematic here, but the glider is essentially useless. Okay, I have to interact with this tuner thing right here. Okay. So I'm just gonna double check, make sure I go through all of these, and then yeah, so that's it. That's all we have to do. I'm gonna make sure I go through all of them and then click goodbye, because I don't know if it's gonna like fuck up or whatever if I don't, right? All right, goodbye. So now we can safely assume the objective is done, and I can get, you know, I can buy an elk from the treasure hunter trader and get the next quest location unlocked. Now we have to grab some decorations from this place. There's a hefty amount of decorations I'm gonna want to bring with us. I don't need my steel armor on. I'm gonna put on the tailored gambeson. Parchment. I don't think I actually need the parchment for anything. Nor the ink and quill. Squire bracers, ruined lenses, parchment. There's a brass lantern right here. I'll take it. Insect amber, artistic bottle. These are the decorations that you can choose to grab. What is that? Zoolite? That's interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll take that bird. I'll take whatever the fuck this... Oh, I can't... Yeah, okay, I took it. Strange device prototype. I don't really care about that. I'll take that skull. Multi-tool. Don't care about that. That looks like a fucking gun. But we're good. Now we go up one more level, I think. What is there anything over here? Like anything at all? Looks like nothing to me. I'll take that crown. That's also a good, you know, you can put it in a display case, have it as a decoration. Rough diamond. Strange academic hat. Let's just get rid of the rough diamond. That's just something you can sell to a couple of traders, but money is never an issue. All right. This is the other side of that rubble pile. I think at this point, I pretty much have to leave. I don't think there's anything else I can actually do here. I remember there was like a couple of banners where you look at them and you get more lore, but I don't care much about the banner lore, you know? Yeah, like tapestries. Tapestries with lore on them and shit. Oh? There's no way that this whole room is just a nothing burger. Although it looks like it, strangely enough, might be. Oh, wow, that's a lot of candles. Holy shit, I just got 21 candles. Yeah, that wasn't a nothing burger at all. But that might be it, as far as what's here. Still worth it, though. That was mega worth it. That's a lot of supplies I don't need to use on crafting them, right? I'm glad I gave it another once over. You don't suppose there's other rooms like that on the higher levels? No. Up there, I remember there was just a blank wall with nothing there. Anyway, we're good. I didn't get that many paintings here this time. Hopefully we can find more paintings at future quest sites. Yeah, I liked having all those paintings in the previous playthrough. Hopefully we get our hands on a bunch again. Anyway, I think we're now okay to leave. Don't really see anything here of value. I can't leave this way. I have to go through the top. Wait. Yeah, nothing here. Now, there's still technically really dangerous enemies in here, so we're just gonna throw this back on until I get out. The blue glowing books are the ones you can pick up to collect lore. No, I tried to break that storage vessel next to the door. It still says it's protected by a higher power. Yeah, we got that lore in the last episode, but I just find that in the last series, but I find that I never really care about the lore when I have it, so. And besides, it's probably like wiki entries. We could do a deep dive one day on the lore of the game pretty easily that way. Commons. Oh, you know what's funny? The exit is actually right beside the library, I think. I think it's like on the same floor as the library, so I kind of played myself in coming down the stairs. We have to go back up now. Right? Exit's over there, where the candlelight is coming from. Nothing in that crate. Technically, you can sort of platform over here to that ladder. But I didn't find anything over here. Oh! Wow, I don't know how I didn't take any damage from that. It wouldn't have killed me, but it would have hurt. Surprising that it didn't have to. Anyway, we have all sorts of decorations for our base. We didn't find nearly as many paintings as I would have liked to find. But, you know, I hopefully when we go to the Lazaret, we'll find more paintings. I found one painting, I think. All right, let's get out of here. Now we can actually get our mount. We can get an elk from the trader, which we can actually put on the sailboat and take with us wherever we go, making future jobs a lot easier. I love having sailing and oceans, man. It's so much better than running cross country the whole way. It's so boring when you're just running 5,000 blocks. All right. Yeah, we got that one painting, the Prey painting. Let's deposit the rusty gears. We got 60 rusty gears here, which is substantial enough. Temporal gears, scrap metal. Metal parts. All right, I think that'll do. Yeah, let's just sail home as is. I don't want to pin it, but I do want to keep it. We'll mark it as that in orange. Yeah. Okay, now we just sail home. We get rid of that marker for the boat. That looks like a bauxite biome down there. There is blue clay there, but I'm sitting on a wealth of blue clay. We don't need to worry about grabbing it. The brass lantern is well used if I just want to light up an area where I never have to see the lantern. like our fucking windmill interior, for example. Yo, my character has glasses now. Like, I don't even know if I want to wear those, but we'll be a lot warmer next winter. We have a shitload of warm clothing. I got the Squire hood, I got the Hunter poncho. We have a belt and the glasses. They all contribute warmth. And I got some new clothes. I think I want to make a custom home pin that's always on the map. Okay, and we'll pin it so it's always visible. I don't want those fucking UI elements on the screen. It's annoying how they're just always there, you know? Like, you can't stop looking at that stuff. It's really shitty. Yeah, the boat just seems like one big fucking... There we go. There we go. All right. One big UI interface, right? The town of Nadia. We have to go to the Lazaret. Yeah, the town comes after the Lazaret, I think. Because in my previous playthrough, I never got to the town of Nadia. I had to go to the Lazaret first, and then I got a waypoint for like another place, and I think that was the town. Oh yeah, I have to rename my boat. I never renamed it. It's called what? Something Cleat? Okay, Halyard Cleat. I don't think that's the name of the boat, but let's go this way. We gotta go around that landmass. I love our travel speed. This is great. What the fuck? Molly Bdokchalkos lantern? What the fuck? Hey, what's your lantern made out of? Oh, just a little bit of Molly Bdokchalkos. Molybdochalkos. Eh, Molybdochalkos, eh. Fucking ridiculous. What even is that? Molybdochalkos. All right, I can remove my user interface by pressing Control 4. I don't need my lantern in the offhand. Let's fix that. Oh, this is nice, eh? And this time, when we get home, guys, we actually get to dock in our boathouse. It's, you know, the construction's only partway done, but I'm cool with it. It looks good from the house. It just doesn't really look good when we're docking. There it is. There's home. Home on the horizon. Okay, we're home. We have docked the boat. Hang on, funky shit. Let's back up a little bit. Try to straighten the boat out in here. Okay. Now I can open my storage just fine. Let's empty the boat of all the decorations and shit that we got. The candles we'll put in here with the others. Let's store the armor. Deposit that. We're gonna make some trophy stands for all these decorations, but we're gonna do it after. The rusty heavy gate, I might actually use that for the boathouse. I don't know, we'll see. I just wish I could open it. Glider schematic, that's basically garbage. I'm gonna hang on to it just for the shits, but we don't need it or want it. It's a really terrible item. All right. It's nothing like the Elytra on Minecraft. Like, you know, if you inform the quality of the glider based on your experience with the Elytra, they're not even close. Yeah, not even close. I'm gonna swap this lantern out with the brass one that we found, because I never see these anyway, so yeah. All right, let's start emptying out the boat. We have far more black coal as a result of that trip. Beautiful acquisitions all around. I gotta get more flowers for the complete trail all the way to the boathouse. The doors are closed. I won't get flanked by any assholes. I started storing my Jonas parts in here. I guess we'll just continue that trend and store them in here, because this chest is it's not gonna get very full over time. Very seldom do we find items that we want for this chest. Okay, I can upgrade another lantern. which could be useful for lighting up some part of the base or another. Blasting powder. Lead ingot. Lead bits. We have 3 aged torch holders. I don't know what we'll do with those. Let's go harvest the bees. Oh, they can't even be harvested yet. That's crazy. I guess they weren't producing because I was too far away from the base. Like, well beyond its render distance, right? Okay, so the fur coat kind of goes over everything when you wear it. Yeah, the shepherd pants aren't really a good matching color. We'll still keep them. For what it's worth, it's better than wearing rawhide stuff. The minstrel shirt seems nicer than the great step shirt, so we'll get rid of that. We have 103 iron gears. I'm gonna convert this gold into a plate later for upgrading a lantern. We now have our first painting, and I'm thinking the paintings, you know, we're gonna decorate up here quite a bit. We're gonna have all the trophies that we got up here. The elk medallions, those are kind of like an equipment I need for the elk. All right, let's bring... I need to craft like a saddle for the elk and everything. So I need a saddle, which is nails and strips with leather. I need more nails and strips. Fair enough. All right. Welcome, Evo. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, we planted a whole bunch of tree seeds, and now we have a forest at our front door. All right, let's... Yeah, we have to do some smelting real quick. I need nails and strips. I need 300 and what? Hang on. What's 92 times 4? It would be 400, but you have to remove 32, so it's 368. Grab the crucible, toss it in the fire. Okay, 2,000 units of tin bronze. Let's chuck some coal in there, get that going. God, it's so beautiful where we live. This stuff made progress, though, I'm happy to say. In one more day, I'm gonna have a shitload of pickled carrots, and we can use those to make cheese. I'll be able to preserve my milk products long term, which just sounds really awesome. We'll always have that maxed out nutrition quality, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna slice up these pies. We need more vegetable and grain nutrition at this stage. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. I'd like to go get my elk, but I can't. Not until I have a saddle, and for that I need nails, right? But let's craft what I can. The saddle bags are kind of debatable. I don't need those. I really don't need saddle bags. We need a bunch of nails for various parts of this. You can make it out of any metal, right? Steel. Yeah, if copper's there, then definitely. We're just gonna have to wait for this. You know what I can do in the meantime? I can go mining for a little bit more iron. All right. Let's see if I can finally find my raft. I lost my raft for ages. I never found it. Where the fuck did I leave my raft? I have no idea. It just feels like ever since the ice showed up, I haven't been able to find it. I have no idea where I docked it or where it is. And I could not be more curious where the hell I left it. Like, I just lost my raft eventually, and I literally built a boat because I couldn't find it. I'd imagine it would have to be near the icy coastline here, right? Like, I would have parked it where the ice was, and then... there would have been snow over the ice, so I wouldn't have been able to see it. Like, I just could not find it. Maybe I should look it up. Maybe there's an answer to what happened to it. Maybe the ice actually destroys it. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I was way off base with it. It was way over here. Apparently that mod I installed, the faster sailboat, it might make my raft faster. We're gonna try that out now and see. I don't really like using the raft because of the need to pick up the ore, but... no, that still seems pretty slow. All right, I'll just swim across. This was more for the winter, before I had my sailboat, when I didn't want to get wet and freeze by swimming across the water. I love it, man. Ever since I got dairy access, we always have more than 30 HP. Always. All right, let's skedaddle. Jesus. Yeah, the spawns are always out of control every time I go mining for iron. It is a profoundly unsafe mine regarding spawns, even when it's like calm rift activity. Alright, let's heal up. Oh shit. Honestly, I'm very fortunate that's only a deep shiver, but this is still bad. Where's my way out? Over here. Holy shit. Yeah. I do not want that. Area's a fucking no-fly zone for sure. Let's heal up. How'd you hit me from there? Oh, you cheeky motherfucker. You're asking for it. Okay. Look at that. They just keep on spawning in. I don't know what it is with this place, but... I'll try putting down a few of these to reduce the amount that they come in. Okay, got it. Jesus. Really? God, I was here for 2 seconds. Yeah, I hate my iron mine. I don't know what it is, but the spawns are just totally out of control here. Most likely, you know what it is I didn't do very much mining in, like, tunnels. I don't have narrow tunnels. I have big open rooms. It's such a massive vein that I actually opened up large spaces. And those large spaces are, I think, what's causing all of these spawns. Because their spawn rate is per tile of darkness, right? And there's many dark tiles. That's the problem. Gosh. I always feel so in danger whenever I'm in this mine. Like... Okay. Seal off those paths since they're eliminated. This fucking guy trying to get in. Oh my god, what is that? That's a shiver, I think. Yeah, it sounds fucked. They don't have a mic though? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I like having a built-in microphone. Like, I keep thinking about getting a mic arm, but I couldn't mount it on my wall without, like, major headache because we have, like, a stone house here, right? In Europe, a lot of stone architecture. You need to, like, drill a hole in the wall if you want to mount something or hang something. It's not like a wooden wall or a dry wall or whatever. So, I don't know. So I think I might get a built-in mic arm. The Audi's Maxwell that you've been telling me about for a long time. That one has a built-in mic arm, right? It is suspiciously quiet here. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for a couple of dangerous drifters to bum rush me. Alright, that's all done. This route. Oh, you fucker. I'm just glad there's not nightmare drifters spawning down here, at least not that I can see. Not that I have seen. It's usually just corrupt and below. Nightmares hit a lot harder. Anyway, I think this whole area is pretty much done. Another path I could potentially seal off. Let's eat. I think that's my exit. I'm gonna grab some of this back, because we're pretty much gonna be sealing off this entire zone, so. Oh, wow. Jesus. This is my exit? Oh, fuck that. Corrupt shiver. He can't get through this one block gap, though. They're just like bears. They can't squeeze through one block gaps. All right. You mount them on your desk? I can't believe I've managed to make this this headset that I currently have last such a long time. Oh, hi. Jesus. Okay, this is fucked. No. Later. Fuck that. Fuck that. Oh my god. Okay. Heal up. Yeah, I hate my iron mine, dude. I hate it. I honestly hate it. Alright. That was so fucked. Oh, wow. Hi. All right. So that's all sealed up and done. I don't need to be able to get down there anymore. Do I need to be able to get down here? I don't think so. Nor over there. Okay. Oh yeah, shit. Oh god. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, I'm such an idiot. I left that crucible on the fire and didn't even pour out the tin bronze. For all I know, I could go back there and all that coal could be burned up and it could be cooled off. Oh, stupid. I think I put like 100 coal there. It's anybody's guess. We'll go take a look and see what the status is. Yeah, that's foolish. Oh, that's funny. You know you've been playing too long when. Well, this one's held together by fucking like tape, right? If I can make this work, I can make anything work. This cheap Asian headset. That's one thing I don't like about this game, is that the ice behaves very strangely. We're in June, and all the ice around my base still hasn't melted yet. Unfortunately, the ice melting and forming is related to render distance, so if you're out of the render distance, it'll basically never change, right? It's just really strange. Hopefully I was out of the render distance of this campfire, though. No? Oh, wow, it's red hot. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Let's lay out all of our ingot molds. Grab the tongs. Retrieve that. Contains solidified tin. Solidified. Reheat it to melt again? Really? I guess because it wasn't in the the input slot, it must have started cooling off. Okay, it looks like it's fine now though. Yeah, it's ready. So let's equip this, grab that, and pour it. All right, there we go. We have 20 units of tin bronze done. And I managed to get some more iron. A decent amount, really. I thought I got less, which is, you know, fair enough. I can start another batch of iron relatively soon. We didn't get as, like, you know, we're broke as far as iron ingots go. Sorry, iron ore. Let's go deposit. But once, you know what, we can sleep. And once those are cooled, I'm gonna do some smithing out of them. I need to make nails. And obviously more lanterns are always good, but we need a bunch of nails, so I'll make at least like 30 nails, right? Just to make sure we got a whole bunch. Let's eat. And we can upgrade another lantern too, since we found 2 gold ingots when we were out there at the Resonance Archives. Deposit the molds. All right. All right, let's go deposit the stone. And let's hook up the hell of hammers. We need them operational. It looks like they are going just really slowly, but it's enough to work with, I'd imagine. Let's retrieve the tongs, the hammer. And make a gold plate. I'll help the Helve Hammers to complete what I can, you know? While they hammer out plates, I'm gonna make nails. All right, this should be 8 nails. Yep. The next plate is almost done. Let's eat. All right, we'll be finishing this batch of nails around the same time that that's done. Ugh. I tried that out thinking it would be better, easier, but I don't know. It did produce an interesting result, but I don't necessarily think it's going to end up being an easier result. All right, let's try to finish this before it's too cool to wrap up the task. So I'm gonna have a total of 32 nails. More than enough, buddy. More than enough for whatever we need for a good long time. And we have more plates as well. I also have a gold plate, which I can use to upgrade the radius of any lantern I choose. And I am very curious what the result would be if I upgraded one of the lanterns inside the windmill. Would it light up the edge pillars of the windmill better? All right, cool it down. Heat. Deposit our gear. Grab it. Relocate the anvil. And now, we'll try upgrading a lantern later when it's dark, when we can actually see the effect. Let's go harvest the bees. God, the viewership was so much better today. Yesterday, we peaked at like 33 people. It was crazy. I don't know what was up, but YouTube was on drugs. Now it seems okay. Like, this is normal, right? We had like 150 people at peak. And now toward the end of the stream, it's leveling out around like 60, maybe 40 in a couple of hours. Like, that's cool, right? Like, whatever. As long as it's within regular parameters. All right, now I want to try and make some cheese if I can. We now have the pickled carrots, fresh for 1.2 years, but we have no milk to speak of. So let's see here. Cheese. So I need to add salt to curdled milk. In order to get curdled milk, I need to add pickled vegetables to milk. So I'm gonna need 50 liters of milk. Let's start gathering it now. Okay. And we're gonna try to do like a full batch. So I'm gonna try to save up like 50 liters of milk. As far as the pickled carrots go, let's store these here. Now it's time that we crafted our saddle and everything. So it's really just leather and the nails. All right, we have a saddle. Now we need a bridle. I think I want the bridle with the snaffle bit. All right. And I think with that, we're actually able to grab what we need from him. Yeah, let's go visit the trader. And we'll bring our rusty gears to buy anything useful we can find. By the time we get back, it's gonna be getting dark. Can't do it, buddy. I can't risk it. I don't trust wireless things near my brain. I just can't do it. I am complete paranoid schizophrenic about it. Like, that's the treasure hunter right there. It looks like there's actually two traders here, which I never noticed. What the hell kind of trader is this one over here? I never even saw this guy before. He was nestled in the bushes, I suppose. Building materials trader. He sells wallpaper, polished chalk rock, some other shit. We're good though. I went, hang on, let's eat. I went to that ruin. It housed a massive device in a library. I heard a voice, the Lazaret. All right, so we now know the way to the Lazaret. Where's the elk? There he is. Yo, elk, where the hell are you going? Oh, he went to eat the animal feed. Okay. Saddle. All right. Do you have anything to trade? A Forest Dawn painting. I will buy that. A Howl painting as well. I will also buy that. I'm gonna want to try to find a blue saddle blanket. Anyway, I bought 2 paintings. That messenger belt is nice, dude. I want that. Hell yeah. All right. Hell yeah. What's funny is I can't even see the belt over my clothing, but like, whatever, right? Yeah. And we got 2 paintings. Yeah, saddle blanket. I bought a really cool saddle blanket from him before. I think it was the Squire saddle blanket. I don't know. It was a blue one, so it like matched my character's general aesthetic pretty good. We'll have to, but that's gonna have to be like luck based, right? We're gonna have to try to find that from the trader. All right, let's go. Now, theoretically, I could put one of the gold plate improved lanterns on the elk. I don't get it. What's going on here? For some reason, he's not sprinting again. Like it's, I don't know. I had this happen in the last playthrough. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. He's like stuck in walk mode or something. I don't fucking know. Save and quit. Load back in. Well, this is exactly why I wanted to play through with boats, because the elk is... I like the devs. They did really good work with the whole game, but they did really shitty work with the elk. And it's very buggy, very glitchy, very problematic. Right now it's working just fine for no reason known to us. Like it's just started working after I quit and logged in. Anyway, I'm gonna have to make a bone flute so I can summon the elk beside me, just in case it falls into like a mine shaft or something. What the hell was that? Oh, that's just snow. Okay. And now I can't sprint again, right? Like it literally just breaks, and I have no idea why. And then if I, hang on. And then if I turn off toggle sprint, it works again, right? Like it's wildly inconsistent. I have no idea what causes this stuff. But maybe I can reliably fix it. Get out of the way. Fuck. Yeah, get out of there. Maybe I can reliably fix it just by toggling off toggle sprint and then turning it back on. Can I milk the goat again? Or is that like a once every day type thing? Ready to mate, lactating for 14 days, cannot yet be milked. Let's get it pregnant again. I might want to increase the size of that pen. It is getting pretty cramped in there. So, let's place down that lantern and let's use a gold plate on it. It now has a significantly brighter light radius. I don't know how that's gonna look, but we'll just take a peek outside, see if it changed the radius. Not that I can tell, no. Alright, so we now have directions to the lazaret. Apparently it's to the west of here. And it is quite, it's acceptably far west, and not too bad. Not by boat. If I had to do that on foot without a map, like in the previous playthroughs, it would be a nightmare, but... Anyway, we're starting to build up a little art collection in here. Let's make more lanterns. I can make a whole bunch more at this point. Alright. I have 8 lanterns on me, as well as an upgraded one that maybe I could just hang it on the elk. Okay. Let's heal up. The flax is growing quite well. I I have to attach this hay bed to the rump of the elk. I'm pretty sure we can do that. And I'll make saddlebags as well for what it's worth. Okay. He has the bed. All right. We now have built-in elk storage. Nice. And let's increase the size of this pen. And I'll tweak the dimensions a little bit. Shrink it by 1. All right. Now I just need a central lantern in there. And then we no longer need these. All right, yeah, let's go grab the troughs and put them in there as sort of a permanent addition for feeding animals whenever it's time for them to mate. Playing this on acid would be pretty crazy, especially when the Temporal Storm would hit. Shit, I'm gonna need the animals to move if I want to place this. That might mean hitting them. Sorry, buddy. Did what I had to do. All right. We gotta keep on gathering milk so I can make my first batch of cheese. I don't really know any place that needs these light sources. We'll just keep the oil lamps in here for now, unless we can think of something that we can do with them. Let's deposit the leather, as well as the flax. Now, technically, I do have enough lanterns where I could try to upgrade the light situation in there. We made so many, and this is really the only thing I can think of in the base that needs improvement is the light. So, like, if I hang the lanterns, pretty sure I can see that when I'm like down below. Just barely. It's one of those hardly noticeable things. But let's just put it here. Yeah, and what we're gonna do is put lanterns. We'll be using 6 lanterns in here in total. We're gonna have a lantern at the base of each of these windows. Which will require a little bit of scaffolding, but I'm hoping that this will improve the light situation when we're observing this area from outside the windmill. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here. Okay. Yeah, if I can make it so the light goes further out and illuminates those pillars more, then that's like mission accomplished, right? That's what we're trying to do. Okay. But with that, I'm actually all out of lanterns, so I'll have to grab that lantern from the elk. But it's a gold-plated one, so I mean, it's better than the usual lantern, right? Yeah, we'll take a look at this at night and see how the light level outside has improved. Hopefully it's substantial. Oh, I still have the brass lantern. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I can just swap one of these with the brass lantern. Yeah, I forgot we had the brass one. All right, and I'll keep this one on me. And I might be adding another lantern to the top soon. For now, I have to go place a block up there, actually. I've put it off for way too long. I'll just take the whole stack. I appreciate that, Sav. Thank you very much. Right on. Yeah, it takes me a while to see the comments sometimes when I get wrapped up in the gameplay loop and whatnot, but yeah. Hell, buddy, make yourself at home here. If you like complex games, then this is one you would totally enjoy. There's a wealth of intricate mechanics. It takes a long time to learn it. Oh, the view from up here. See, that looks rock solid when you're looking at it from far away. Yeah. I could put a nicely chiseled block right here, like a slab block or something. Theoretically. But it's not really necessary yet. Not really. I'm very curious to see what this is gonna look like at night now that we have all those extra lanterns. My hope is that it'll light up these. Those pillars have been dark, right? And I want those to have some light bouncing off of them. Now, let's build some display cases. We need them. Tall display cases. And tables. So I need glass and boards. I made 6, which I don't know if that'll do, but that's all I want to make for now. And then we need just as many tables. Or I could use ornate tables from down there. You know what? I think I'll do that. Let's grab the pantograph. Copy it. Honestly, I might even save it. We already have it saved. Yeah, the B stand. I'm gonna save that too. Hang on. Railings, save shape, done. That's awesome, man. That is honestly so cool. So I need oak blocks. Oak planks. All right. Now, let's use the pantograph. Convert those to chisel blocks. Make these fancy tables. I don't know if I want these display cases here. I kind of like the idea of having the paintings in between, but I also know there's paintings that are 2 blocks wide. Yeah, we'll do this. We're making like a nice little decorative trophy room, right? All right, let's go grab all that loot that we brought back with us. This stuff. Yeah, we have some decorations on display, you know? Oh, I can wear that? Yo, I can actually wear that hat. Okay, cool. Trying to figure out the best way. Maybe I shouldn't have those together. It seems that they don't fit well. This could do, though. That skull doesn't fit cleanly in the trophy case. So I think I'm gonna move it way over here. Into a location where I'm never likely to see that clipping occur. All right. It ain't much, but it's honest decoration. Yeah. You know what? That's starting to look all right. I like having the bird here. I don't know why. I'm really a fan of that bird. He does sort of clip through the case a little. And it is less noticeable if he's in the back here. All right, same principle as the skull then. We're gonna put the bird right here. Yeah, if I can't see it, then it's not a problem. Can I get this hat rotated another way? Yeah, like that. All right. I think that might do. Yeah, okay, we started our trophy collection room. And I'm thinking these should go up there. Oh, that looks weird. All right. Why are the elk antlers black? That is weird. I'm gonna try to replace those. That's weird. What the fuck? That's weird. Nobody's talking about it, but those antlers are clearly black and it's really weird. I guess we just can't use the elk antlers, eh? I accidentally deleted my shield mount. Oak. There we go. Okay. Maybe I give myself some moose antlers instead. I don't know. Yeah, well, they look pretty imposing. I really wish I could just have the elk antlers, but they seem really buggy for some reason. Maybe it's because I have an elk. What if I use a smaller set of elk antlers? Nope, they're still that's very strange. I have never seen that before in my life. But we can try some of these other ones. It sucks because the elk ones, in my opinion, they look the best, right? So it really sucks that we can't use those. Maybe I'll just double up the white-tailed deer antlers. I don't know. Yeah, that'll do. It sucks about the elk antlers. Those truly look beautiful, but there's just nothing we can do about it. Now, maybe if I logged out and logged back on, it would fix, which is possible. On the off chance that that's the case, I'm gonna craft 2 more of these. Just on the off chance, you never know, right? You never know. It's possible if we log out and log back in that it'll be fixed. Yeah, so I'm gonna give myself 2 of these, craft 2 of them. Let's deposit the glass and the stands, as well as the oak planks. Hang up the pantograph, which is no longer requisite for us right now. And then put these on the wall. Enter creative mode and grab elk antlers. Oh, wow. And then those ones are white. That's really weird. Yeah, it just sort of stopped happening. I don't know why. But we'll leave it like that. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Anyway, can I milk the goat again? We still need 40 liters of milk in order to make our first batch of cheese. I'm very excited to make the cheese. It sucks that I can't get the milk any faster, but is pregnant and is pregnant. I still can't milk that one. One of these goats has been pregnant for a long time. It might, this one has been pregnant for a while. It might spit out a baby anytime. And then we could milk 2 goats per day. Help us stockpile on cheese, you know? Yeah, let's go to sleep. Good morning, De Facto. Good morning. Welcome back, buddy. How are you doing? How did you sleep? Entrepreneurial opportunities in Greenland. Maybe, buddy, maybe. How are you doing today, old fart? Is pregnant and can be milked. Let's milk. All right. We have another 10 liters of milk. Oh, I'd never really noticed the pie. Yeah, it's going bad because we ended up eating a lot of meat when we did the... You know, that fucking place. The place with the shit, you know what I mean? The Resonance Archive. That's just about what I said. Let's check the lighting here. Not as well lit as I would like it to be. Hang on, let me get up here real quick. So if I put that there, what does the result become? Yeah, these pillars, they look good, but I can never get them to stop being super dark. You know what I mean? Like, that's the issue I'm having, is they always seem very dark. Always seem very dark over here. I don't know why. Constantly dark. And it's not a chisel thing either. Sometimes you see results like that with the chiseling problems, but... This one is just particularly dark. Even when I strap a fucking lantern to the side, it's still dark. What? Alright, see, like... yeah, I wish I could have all of it be that well lit up, but I can't really seem to... Okay, that looks a lot less dark than it did a second ago. That's weird. I guess there's just lighting glitches in the game still, eh? Either way, I don't feel that what we did with the lanterns made a big enough difference to justify leaving it the way that it is now. But I do want to have more light on the very top of the lighthouse, at least. So let's start grabbing these. Do I want them to be that one block higher? I think so, yeah. And let's go make more rammed earth. I need it for scaffolding. Hell, I could just use dirt, but... I don't know, I'm consistent. It's always rammed earth. Not well? Shit, buddy. We just gotta get you some horse tranquilizers, help you sleep better. Yeah, I think that's an acceptable height. This one is... I'm pretty sure it has to be like that, yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely don't want to fall from this height. That's That's the end. One of these has to be the tin bronze lantern. Or no, yeah, we found a fucking brass lantern, so we'll just use that here. And then I'm gonna have like a 4 corners thing going on here with the lanterns, because I need this to be more lit up, you know? And we'll see how that looks from down below. Although nighttime is ending, so I won't really be able to get a good look at it until the following night, I think. Let's finish these pies before they fully spoil. Yeah, I don't know. There's just such strange anomalies with the lighting in this game. I can never figure them out. It's never consistent, right? Normally it's not something you notice, but for some reason these pillars makes it like hyper noticeable, you know? It looks good during the day, but when you look at this windmill during the night and there's the different light levels and the different shadows, even though there's a consistent spacing of the lanterns, it's just really immersion breaking. All right, Temporal Storm. Can't milk it yet. Nice try. Fucking guy walks up. Oh, wow. Double-headed drifter and a bunch of shivers. That's intense, actually. All right. Oh, come on. I fucking hate the shivers. They lose interest in you so fast. I literally walked up and smacked the fucking thing. I don't know where that double-headed drifter went, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna repair my clothes. I need more bandages. Let's use these clean ones. Or the cloth ones. You can use colored glass on the lanterns and it changes the color of the light. Pretty much, Evo, yeah. I'm one of the, like, you can tell me the right thing and I just won't listen. Like, that's just who I am. Like, you're gonna tell me all the headphones I should look into. I'm just gonna forget. I'm gonna be blasé about it until the time comes where I don't have a pair, and then I'm gonna kick myself for not listening to you. It's just the natural order of Tom. Like, that's just how it works. We gotta eat. I'm low on fruit nutrition, so that's what we're gonna eat. I'm gonna have to forego refilling my dairy nutrition for now until we can get some cheese going. I want to make cheese. All right, everything has been touched up on and repaired. Now, we're gonna have to bake some more pie. Let's deposit the meat stew. We only eat that out of necessity when traveling. Hey, sweetie. Okay. All right, deposit those. I guess I'll just start baking more pies now, if we have to. Spelt flour. These aren't gonna last very long. 26 days. 67, 48. All right. Looks like turnip pie is the winner. Turnip spelt pie. And we have such a bitchin' kitchen that I don't really have to worry about how long it takes to cook the bread. Or, you know, the pies. Our kitchen's extraordinary. All right, let's preheat these. Hi, sweetie. Welcome home.
So,
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
They have, they make ramen.
Do they?
Yeah. Oh my god, we sat there for... whatever you want from
Oh, that's awesome.
the thing.
Yeah, I would
And
like
they
that.
keep on adding shit. It's also noodles, fried sticks, little chicken.
Mm,
Yeah, so good.
we should. But there's other stuff too. Yeah.
We were at the we left this shit. And I had
Oh, Asian restaurant? Probably just fucking seed oils and...
well, it's
Yeah. Wow.
she's comfy.
Yeah. Got the shits hard.
Yeah. It's really uncomfortable.
Hey, Snow Beetle. I guess thank you, buddy. Right on. Right on. Wait, what? A redirect? We got like 10, 20 people. Right on. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's keep going. All right, let's wait till all those are done and then let's synchronize our baking. There we go. All right, we have 24 pies to bake, but given the fact that we're baking them 4 at a time, it's not going to take long at all. Oh, de facto, you know what it could be? If you left the stream open ever since you got here, then the like counter doesn't really update. It only updates when you refresh the page, right? So if you happen to still have the same, like, have the stream open, if you were giving me the ad revenue and supporting the channel that way, then the like counter wouldn't have updated for you. It would have basically counted yours, but then excluded any other ones that followed, right? Okay. Well, let's slice some of these pies. Of course. Well, good. That sounds good. No?
Nothing food related.
What? Well, I mean, I expected nothing food related. I felt surprised that.
I bought a few like home decor.
Oh my god. Okay.
Not decorations without use. Useful things that we need.
Okay. Well, I'll have to see them. I'll be the judge of that. I tell you guys, the impulsive spending of women, eh?
Like this.
Okay, that's not a decoration. You said a decoration, not a utility cooking utensil.
That's one of the useful things. It's
Stainless steel? Yeah.
Well, obviously. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you literally meant decorations, like I spent money on something that I'm gonna put on a counter. Like my mom with her fucking bacon grease jar that... Oh, man.
Because I don't have a spice rack or anything. So I got these little spice jars.
Okay. Very nice. Good. That's practical. Utility. Green tea steeper. Okay. Yeah, you can't use the word decoration, right? Like these are kitchen utensils. That's nothing but good things.
I got these because we have only the one pair of good scissors. I figured it would be a couple sizes.
Okay. She comes in, guys. She tells me I bought some decorations for the home. I'm like, oh my god, what tacky things are.
This is what I know.
Okay.
It's
Soap
dispenser for our kitchen.
Oh, it's so cute.
And we don't have a soap dispenser for the kitchen.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. All right, come on. Come on, pies. All right, we have 2 more batches to do after this, but yeah, we can bake pies lightning quick. But what happens if I sleep and I'm baking pies? Because I want to keep milking the goats, right? But I need to pass time in order to milk them. My understanding is that nothing happens. It doesn't consume any fuel and it doesn't burn the pies. And it looks like my understanding is copacetic. Let's go milk the goat. It's got to be ready by now, right? Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, the second one still hasn't given birth yet. Can be milked, but might become aggressive. Like your mom. What? I don't know. I make your mom joke. Okay, we have 30 liters of goat milk. We need 50. In order to make like a full batch of cheese. So let's just keep going. And we're gonna have multiple milkable goats very shortly here. Oh yeah, shit. I kind of let those pies spoil a little bit by leaving them out of my inventory, like in my inventory. It's okay. They still seem to have the same amount of perishing time. Can the bees be harvested yet? No. Yeah. That was a flower, yeah. Yeah, Barry, it was. Little flower soap dispenser.
Will be trained out of the negative connotation regarding a decoration for the home. I'm going
Good luck.
Be training you. I subverted your expectations, didn't I?
No, because what you got was utilitarian, useful things, not decorations.
But a decorative utility things.
I guess, like, I partially understand it.
Yeah.
Because I have a very well-decorated home in this game. Like, I get it.
Yeah, I want something useful but pretty.
Mm-hmm. Useful but pretty, just like all the women we want, right, boys? No fat bitches. That's now, fat women can be very good wives. I would know, right? No, no, you're gorgeous. You're fucking shapely and voluptuous and pretty, and super sweet. You're like a candy store in a human body. Just. All right, all of our pies are done. We have a lot of food. So today we actually got the Resonance Archive done. We have our elk mount. We're currently working toward having our first batch of cheese done. That's gonna take another couple of days. We do want that cheese. I think when we first log on in the next episode, there's a couple little home tasks that we could work on while I work on making the cheese. We can redo the beekeeping area, and we can also continue building the boathouse.
Check that out.
Oh, that's nice.
Glass too.
Hell yeah, guys, we got a little holder for my semen samples.
Wow.
Yeah, here.
We need bigger jars.
Yeah, oh, that's funny. But yeah, we have some things to do while we try to produce that milk. Oh shit, the pies. Oh yeah, we got some charred pies, boys. I've Charizarded the pies. I guess we'll eat those next. And deposit these slices for now. All right, let's sleep one more time. She will take away your third cup of coffee. Yeah. God, did I even? Yeah, I think I had a second cup today before Zuzi went. All right. That's right.
I did. I take good care of it.
Sometimes, guys, the elk actually sounds like Zuzi when she gets angry enough. Know that?
Can I hear him? Let me hear him. I will be the judge of that.
Let's see if there's like an audio thing here. No. It's a very shrill shriek, like painful to the ears, like a widow's wail, you know.
And you're trying to say that that's how I sound. I couldn't do a high-pitched shriek if I tried. I have a very deep, manly voice.
No, it's beautiful. Just like you. Oh. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here now, and I'm going to start prepping dinner and getting comfortable and whatnot. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff on the go. We finally have pickled vegetables, and with those pickled vegetables, we'll be able to make curdled milk. We're getting close. We just need to wait until I can milk the goat 2 more times. I don't know how long that's gonna be. But the milk that we currently have is gonna last for another 8.5 days, and I'm pretty sure all we have to do is add the vegetables to the milk to make it curdled, and then from there we use cloth on it to get the cheese. And we are about to have 2 milkable goats and a 3rd goat, baby female, coming in after that. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot more animals to go around soon. A lot more progress will be possible regarding the cheese production and dairy maintenance. Anyway, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun, everybody. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a good rest of your day, depending on the hemisphere you call home. And I hope to see you back here tomorrow for continued adventure. And I hope also that you're getting inspiration for your own adventures through mine and that you're getting some ideas. Anyway, later on, guys. If Tom doesn't show up tomorrow, we know he's dead. Yeah. All right, old fart. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night, guys. 84 hours and 47 minutes. Right on. Barry, take care. Cheers for now, buddy. And de facto, I'm sorry it's over so soon after you slept, but, you know. All right.